Guys at PDQ POS. Visit their website at pdqpos.com and tell them Jimmy sent you.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Does your home need new windows and doors, but you decided to brave it through one more cold season before making the plunge? Then let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the big end-of-year sale from my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering their biggest discounts of the year. Get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also get 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, Guida will let you start your project with no money down and let you pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, then you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Take your holiday green bean casserole from bland to brilliant with Hatfield Classic Cut Bacon. Start with your traditional casserole recipe. Then add a generous layer of crispy chopped Hatfield bacon on top. The rich, smoky flavor takes this holiday classic from side dish to showstopper. Your guests will savor the upgrade and return for seconds and even thirds. More holiday recipe inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield, better care, better pork, better holidays.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts, even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Breaking news. TurnersvilleJeep.com is reporting Jeep headquarters just released the lowest Jeep lease payments in years. With over 400 new Jeeps, Dodges, and Ram trucks to choose from, there has truly never been a better time to get into the Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck of your dreams. And with payments anyone can afford. Do not delay. These rock-bottom payments will not last. Go to TurnersvilleJeep.com and lock in one of these historic deals today.
Hey, the holidays are here, and if you haven't wrapped up all of your shopping, no worries. I have the solution for you. Omaha Steaks. Whether you gift them or host a holiday party and entertain, meat is the way to go. We just had a Kale family holiday get-together, and Omaha was a grand slam. Bacon-wrapped burgers, scalloped potatoes, fresh chicken, and succulent steaks. It was a complete hit. Give the gift of USDA-certified tender steaks, premium proteins, elegant sides, and decadent desserts. Shop the season's top gourmet gifts at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an exclusive $35 off with code Nick at checkout. I personally love the ribeyes, the strip steaks, and the fillets. Grass-fed, grain-finished beef has more marbling for exceptional flavor. Omaha Steaks has been America's butcher in the heartland since 1917. Save big today. Visit omahasteaks.com and use the promo code Nick at checkout for $35 off your purchase. Minimum purchase may apply. See site for details.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Perfectly clear. We get attacked all the time being inhumane. The Biden administration is much more humane. It's a bunch of crap. Because there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey through the cartels get sexually assaulted. they get raped. And not just the women, children too. I've done numerous investigations in that. Sex trafficking was at historic highs with the open border. Fentanyl, historic highs that killed 250,000 Americans. No inspector terrorists that came across the border. Record, historic. What happened under the Biden administration was the most inhumane thing I've seen in my lifetime. Now that the border is 96% decline, 96% less people are coming, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many women and children aren't being sex trafficked into this country every day? How many known suspected terrorists aren't just walking across that border? President Trump and this administration is saving thousands of lives every month. Hard stop. That's just a stone cold fact. I'm just proud to be a part of this. I work with Steve Miller every day. Steve Miller is one of the most brilliant people I've met in my entire life. President Trump brought together one hell of a team here, and the success proves we all working together, one team, one fight. We're not done yet. We're going to keep going, and I guarantee you we can continue saving thousands and thousands of lives. Secure border means strong national security. Secure border saves lives.
Amen to that. A secure border saves lives. And when the borders are under President Trump, when the borders are Tom Homan is speaking about the team, I would say it's a fair assumption that Ellie Hopper, who you've gotten to know, we all follow her at Ellie Hopper. She's somebody who has been doing counter trafficking, a speaker, an American patriot, and the president and co-founder of Guard at Official. And so we want to make sure, as she is a guardian, if you will, guard against trafficking, I should say. I was looking at her, the actual, if you look at the handle, if you want to follow it, it's Guard at Official, and that's guarding against trafficking. Thank you, Dan Borowski. And so as we think about this on the national level, zooming in, just within the past month, I mean, how many times have I reported these charges announced by Dave Sunday, our Attorney General? Human trafficking, Chester County, Bucks County, especially Pennsylvania, and all these human traffickers being caught
in our backyard?
In our own backyard.
Jeez.
And so, as Ellie Hopper often says, there is no border. This is here. And it's something that Ellie has dedicated herself to fighting against. And I hope you join her. So, speaking of which, we have you here. Ellie Hopper, thanks for being here this morning.
Hi, Dawn. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So, when you hear this big news conference, and we had 13 law enforcement individuals just this week, and I know you had put it out there on social media as well, that were getting some medals and being honored for the fact that they've worked very hard and just worked around the clock really to make sure that policy is backed up and that we have this lack of these border crossings. And what does that mean? It means stopping these predators and convicted criminals from coming into our country. Just your reaction to this week's news conference, Ellie Hopper.
Yeah, I think Tom Homan hit it right on the head, and the American people need to realize that this isn't a partisan issue. And so, they tell you to stay out of the comments and not read the comments. Well, I'm always curious, so I read the comments because I want to know where people are at. What are they thinking? And there is still a denial that this is even occurring, that it even occurred, that women and children were being sex trafficked, that men, women, and children were being labor trafficked, that human beings were being exploited, and that our taxpayer dollars were used in large part to conduct operations on behalf of the cartel. And so the American people need to realize that this isn't a partisan issue. These are the facts. My business partner, Dr. Jared Sadowski, and I saw it at the border. We actually spoke with unaccompanied alien children that literally told us these slips of paper were handed to them by the cartel for them to request for who their sponsor was going to be so that they could continue to work and pay off their debt, whether that meant sex or labor. But Tom Homan is exactly right. When you have a more secure border, that prevents more women and children from relying on coyotes, smugglers, cartels, and putting their lives in danger and entering into a long, strenuous, dangerous journey where many of them are exploited. And then when they come into the country, being further exploited. So he's absolutely right. Having a secure border is extremely important. And it's also important for the American people so that they have a reliance that their communities are safe, that they know who is coming into their country, that proper background checks are being committed or conducted, because there were a lot of bad actors that came into the interior of this country that we have no clue who they are and why they're wanting to come here. So it's really important to maintain safe and secure borders, to maintain a proper immigration policy. And I'm just very happy with what this administration is doing.
And Allie, you in fact, you had reposted something that was written about, and this was the House Homeland GOP, but as well, it was profiled in the centersquare.com if you want to follow that one. But they're talking about what we're seeing as historic, that in the fiscal year 2026, how it is beginning with these very low year opening numbers ever recorded. And so for you and your work, which I know continues on, obviously, it has been going on. It just, if I can just infer from you, it was basically supersized, if you will, over the past 4 years. But this stuff is still going on in the world, in this country. But just your reaction to, as we think about the new year, this holiday season, Hanukkah, Christmas, the new year, starting this out with these record low numbers of human trafficking, of border crossings, and they all go together.
They do. And the open borders really force the American people to acknowledge that human trafficking is going on and it has been going on in this country. It forced it into the limelight because you couldn't ignore the sheer fact of what was happening right in front of you. But it is important to note that even with a secure border, that human trafficking still occurs, and that a majority of the way that human trafficking starts and child exploitation starts, I think it's around 60%, begins online. So as we near into the holiday season, it's really important for parents, guardians, families, communities to realize that it's not just a border problem. It's not just a immigrant problem. It's not a foreign country problem. That a lot of what we're seeing is beginning online. And so we need to take the steps necessary to start protecting our children. But to your point about this administration and how tirelessly they're working, I really appreciate our men and women in uniform. I really appreciate whether that's law enforcement, whether that's the military that is on the front lines trying to secure our country. I really appreciate them. I hope that we can, offer up our prayers and our thoughts for our men and women in uniform, that all they care about is protecting this country, defending this country. And during this holiday season, many of them are away from their families. So I would really encourage people to keep them in their thoughts and prayers.
And so, Allie, I think one of the reasons that we don't see this story front and center as much as I think it deserves, it's a huge story, is because of the narrative. In other words, the narrative we hear is that even though people came into this country, albeit illegally or at the invitation of the previous administration, whatever you want to say, that they're all just, the so-called Maryland dads. They're all good people. They're here for a better way of life. And after all, aren't most of us former immigrants who found a home in America to pursue the American dream? How do you, when somebody says that to you and talking about, Border Patrol, how do you explain to them the connection between just allowing people, in droves to come into this country and what the correlation between the secure border and trying our best to stop the human trafficking and child sex trafficking?
I think that the best analogy, and people might have heard this before, but it's worth repeating, that we lock the doors to our home to make sure that the family and friends and people gathered in our home are protected. And it's not to say that everyone outside of those doors, outside of our home, are nefarious, but we don't know who is coming through those doors. We don't know who is coming into our country through our borders. And without proper vetting, it's impossible to know intent and background and really if they're a person of good character or not. But at the end of the day, there is an immigration process. There is a line of people doing the immigration process the right way. And what message does it send to them when someone gets to just jump the line and they're doing everything right? They're filing the proper paperwork, they're waiting, they're going through the process in the right way, and it doesn't send the right message that people can just barge in, and if they do it the wrong way, they're going to get rewarded. They're going to get access to social programs and free housing and support from our country. But it's also important to note that oftentimes when I hear these lawmakers speak, I'm so confused because I'm like, who are you actually representing? You were elected to represent your constituents. And so when you're going off on a limb, I mean, are you bored? Is there not enough things to do in your job that now you're starting to offer services to people that aren't your constituents? You need to focus on your constituents first. And if every lawmaker just did that, then we would have a more efficient government. But right now, we have a lot of these lawmakers advocating for individuals that aren't even American citizens, that aren't even constituents, that aren't even citizens in their local district, their county, their state. And so I just encourage people to go back to the basics. Remember what you're supposed to be doing as an elected official. Who do you represent? Your constituents. What are you supposed to be doing? Providing assistance to legislation and putting forth legislation that is going to protect your constituents and that your constituents would advocate for. And so that is kind of what I wanted to highlight. I wanted to highlight the fact that we need to have proper vetting. We don't know the people that are coming into this country. And even if they come in with a smile on their face and they say, I'm just a dad, I'm just a mom, we don't know until we do the proper vetting. And so I am not one to take that chance and just let someone say, that they're here for the right reasons without doing the proper verification required.
And you're president, co-founder, as I say, of Guard Against Trafficking, which is a 501c3 nonprofit counter-trafficking consultant speaker. You're nationally recognized. You've won many awards. And as you've said, I don't see you as a quote-unquote political person, but certainly I have to ask the question, as long as you've been doing this, do you feel that you are supported by your where you are locally at the local level as well as the federal level? And can you compare that over the years as far as what is changing? Because policy is one thing, but the way it's implemented and how that supports your endeavors. You're really fighting for these kids and these women's, these people's lives, and also fighting to protect them. I mean, first of all, I don't understand how anybody, like you said, would be against this. But how would you say the support for what you do as a nationally recognized counter-trafficking expert and policy advocate, how have you been received differently over the years?
Well, we try to not make it a partisan issue because basically everyone should be united in the message and the consideration of children that are being exploited. You'd think that was the one thing that would unite us as a country, us as citizens, us as just human beings. But it's very challenging when you find individuals on certain sides of the aisle that refuse to acknowledge who you're trying to protect and are actually advocating for and protecting those that are harming people. So when you see the Abrego Garcias, when you see the repeat violent offenders that are released on the streets, with the Irina case that happened in North Carolina, I struggle very much to understand what side of the aisle these people are on, because really you don't have to pick a side. You pick the side when I say you don't have to pick a side politically, you should pick the side of justice, of protecting the innocent, and to allow a repeat offender, violent offender back on in the street numerous times. A lot of these judges need to be held accountable. So not just our elected officials, but our judicial system has gotten out of control. And I think that people just need to go, like I said, back to the basics and really understand, who are you trying to protect? What are you defending? What are you standing for? And at the end of the day, I want to be remembered. I want the organization to be remembered. I want the fight to be remembered, that we were advocating for men, women, and children that did not have a voice, that did not have a say. And that is the side of the aisle that we're fighting on. And whoever is willing to join in that fight, we welcome them. This battlefield is definitely not too full for more warriors to join us in this fight. And we welcome both sides of the aisle if you are willing to have an honest conversation about the issue. That is what we want to have, is an honest conversation.
We wanted, Allie Hopper, we wanted to share with you something that we have locally. Two young men, they're not even graduated from college, by the way, Philadelphia natives, Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis, making quite a name for themselves. They were kind of inspired, if you will, by Charlie Kirk, by just asking some questions, and very, well-mannered and polite, but holding, just going through to some rallies and across the country, asking some questions. So usually they're here in the Philadelphia region and the East Coast, but this week they've gone to Texas, and right now, actually, they're headed to Arizona for the Turning Point USA, to cover the AmFest. Frank Scales, Ian McGinnis. Just wanted to have you react, if we could, to what they encountered at this protest. It is shocking, Dan Borowski.
Yeah.
So this is a cultural thing. In other words, people coming from different cultures from around the world, not assimilating to America, but now sort of lecturing, if you will, on what is the proper age that a girl could be married or forced into marriage and this sort of thing. Just listen to this, if you would, and then as an expert in your wheelhouse, if you could react.
How old was the girl Muhammad married?
It was married at 6, consummated at 9.
So she was mature by 6?
No. Consummated means 9.
Okay, so 9. She was mature by 9.
You know Tanner stages? Yeah, in Tanner's, biologically, there's something called Tanner stages. Are you aware of this?
Can you explain it?
Yeah, the Tanner stages is the stages of puberty. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. By stage 4,
that was a common thing even in Europe.
Yeah, even in Europe. Rebecca was 3 in the Bible anyway.
It's like if you have slavery. Slavery was a fairly normal thing in many places in the world. And as conditions change, so do the attitudes and the beliefs, and in the end, the material reality. So you have to look at the material conditions more so than ideology, because most people think that the society is driven.
So slavery and marrying 6-year-olds was okay back then, but not now? Is that kind of your...
It depends on not just the time, but the place.
Depends on the time and the place. Allie Hopper, this was a protest, if you will, Christian community set up against a Muslim community of immigrants, where they're pushing these kinds of cultural and religious ideologies on young men and the community there. Your reaction?
Well, as a mom, that's absolutely disgusting. As someone that is a constitutional conservative, we are a country of rules and laws, and we have a age of consent. We have rules in this country that it does not matter what you think, what your religion states. It's the rule of law. And if you can't abide by that and you are unwilling to abide by that, then there are many other countries that you can go to. You don't have to end up in this country. But at the end of the day, a minor is a minor. And I don't care whatever they said, the Tanners,
I had to
thing
look it
that they
up.
were talking about it. Yeah, that to me does not matter, because what does the law state? It has a clear, there's state laws, there's federal law, age of consent, what is deemed a minor, what is appropriate for an adult or inappropriate for an adult with a minor. And it doesn't explicitly outline exceptions or exclusions, that if you're part of a particular religion, that it's okay. So I would gladly, offer them the CBP app, say, you know what, $1,000, go to a country of your choice.
Bye-bye.
Maybe a country that actually allows that, but this country does not. This country is meant, or should be meant, to protect the youth, the young people, the innocent, the vulnerable. And we are a country of laws. we have a constitution that's very explicit. And, if you don't like it, there's the door.
You're nationally recognized, obviously, for the counter as a counter trafficking expert. You've been called in, like I'll think of Florida, the great policy in Florida talking about the anti-grooming bill. Is this something that we should have on citizenship tests for people when they come into this country to make sure that everybody at every age who comes in, and in particular women who are coming into this country, so that they know they can make a phone call if they're being domestically abused, or a girl or whatever. Is this something that you've been approached by, or maybe you should, to think about pathways to citizenship and making sure that everybody becoming a citizen, coming from a different culture, is not part of that crazy rhetoric that those guys are pushing now, living in America, in Texas?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the immigration process is very complicated. I'm not quite sure what they end up educating these people when they're coming into this country. What does that look like? What do the tests look like? But my simple understanding would be that you need to understand where the laws of this country start and where your freedoms and your religion, where one starts and one ends. And so with this example, it's a prime example of the fact that we protect minors. There's an age of consent law, and that it does not allow you, just because we allow freedom of religion, that you get to stomp on the laws, state, local, state, federal, that exist. It does not give you a free pass to be able to practice your religion if that harms a individual and is illegal in this country.
Well, Allie Hopper, as you know, we love you. We support you. Make sure that you're following Allie. It's ALI_Hopper. I see you on social media. You changed your profile picture to the cute little Santa hat. So we love the new picture, and we wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas, Allie, and we will continue to support you at Guard Against Trafficking. It's a crucial nonprofit organization that, in the end of the year, by the way, I always say to people, this is one of those nonprofits, if you're looking to, make sure that, because you get the tax write-off, I have to say it, support Guard Against Trafficking, because this is so important.
Thank you so much, Dawn. And thank you for you and Dan for always having me on and always being willing to talk about this issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Allie Hopper, you're the best. Allie Hopper. Yeah, she's wonderful, Dan. Mm-hmm. So true. Love her. And she's such a voice of calm and reason. And Allie, I'm sure in her job as an expert, it has to, you just do feel more and more like it's upside down land.
Yeah.
Because
it's
how could anybody be against what she's saying?
No.
Right?
You can't be.
And if you are earning your pathway properly and legally to citizenship, then you of course don't want to be painted in any kind of a brushstroke with scumbags and predators coming in.
Yeah. That Frank and Ian video.
Oh, that's
man.
disturbing.
The Tanner stages and stuff. Ugh.
But you can see
I don't want to know about those. I'm sorry that our audience now knows about it. I apologize. Yeah.
I mean, the truth is, you can see that they're looking things up to try to justify having intimate relations with a child as young as 9. It's just gross. It's just nasty. But kudos to Frank and Ian. God bless them.
Poor Linda Kearns is sitting on the other side of the glass. What am I walking into?
Linda.
Yeah, Linda is here. Yeah, she's checking in. Yeah.
Linda. You have to shut me up today.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, Linda.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get a break before we bring in Linda.
All right.
Though. Yeah.
Sorry, Linda.
Well, she's here. She's talking.
She's here.
Hi,
she's
Linda.
in the house. We can't wait.
We'll see you after the break.
Thank you, Linda Kearns. She's like, see, she's just like Dawn.
She's like, get the break.
Shut it, Dawn. Wrap her up. We got to talk about conservativetours.com. Hope you join me next spring. For all of you who've signed up, oh my goodness, we're so excited. I mean, I just can't. We're maybe in the January, February, we have to have a conservative tours, who's going, party or get together or something. That'd be so much fun.
I just put Linda's mic back on. Are you
Linda,
trying to imply that you want her to come?
Linda should go.
But I thought I was going to
Portugal,
maybe sit
Spain.
in for you while you were
that's
there.
true too.
So I can't do both.
You need the guest host.
Conflicted. I'm so conflicted.
Can I do the guest hosting from over there?
Well, then we just have Dawn do it, though, Linda. We're not going to set up a remote broadcast for her.
I'm very conflicted. She's my girlfriend, but then again, I don't know. This is very difficult. I don't know. Well, Dan could hold down the fort. Why doesn't Dan just do it, Linda, and we'll go?
That's
with
true.
all of our
Dan
buddies.
could hold down
Dan
the
could
fort.
do it.
Oh, thank you, guys.
He's like a diaper changing daddy. He has like 2 hours sleep
I don't know
every
what that
night.
qualifies me as a radio host.
Do the Dan documentary. Oh, man, I'm over. So here's the thing. Seriously, this is an incredible trip. ConservativeTours.com next spring, 10 days. And this one, wow, this is designed just for you. I mean, Ken Chase knows how special this audience here at 1210. You are the best. You're record setting. And so the team at Conservative Tours, they took a lot of extra time catering because they know us by now, right? What do we love? We go to the wineries. We have all that amazing food.
Alcohol. More alcohol.
We spend hours
More
with the wine
alcohol.
tasting, the
More
tiramisu.
Mm-hmm. More alcohol.
Dan, what are you trying to get the frat boys on board?
No, here's the weird thing. We eat so much. Like these guys tease me, Linda, every day. Like I do not, I'm up at 3:30 in the morning. I do not eat until like 2:00 in the afternoon when I get home. So how as Greg Stocker says, I'm on a chronic diet. I go to Italy. All I'm doing is eating and drinking 24/7, and I lose weight every time.
But there's a lot of walking.
There's a lot of walking.
Yeah.
But I think it's that like Italian, like that non-processed food, and now it's the same in Portugal, Spain. I just think there's something about it. I don't know. I'm telling you every time.
Well, it's because all in high fructose corn syrups that we eat.
That we have here that they don't have.
Thanks, RFK.
The best ever.
Yeah, I think RFK tried to save us.
I know. I've never been. Portugal, Spain. So excited. Woo. Come along. 5738. Yes, this includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, and just the elegance of strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages. And then let's stop in for a little bite to eat at one of those scrumptious seafood restaurants. Abito's, Fatima, on my bucket list. Fatima.
More alcohol.
Coimbra.
More alcohol.
Call now, 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. And what are we talking about here? The beauty of Sintra, Cabo de Roca, Cascais. And that's not all. Let's talk about the Douro Valley, which is basically Portugal's answer to Tuscany. Join me, seriously. You got to, if you've never done this before, what are you waiting for? ConservativeTours.com, the history, the cuisine, the unique beauty of this secret land. And yes, the camaraderie that's so special, the laughter, the fun that we share. We've become friends. It's a thing. Come on, I'll see you at the Bellum Tower. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mary Claire Haver, a board-certified OBGYN and menopause specialist. My new podcast, Unpaused, is the place for bold, unfiltered conversations about what it really takes for women to thrive in the second half of life. Every week, I sit down with medical experts, cultural icons, and powerhouse women to talk about what really matters. New episodes drop every Tuesday. Listen to and follow Unpaused with me, Dr. Mary Claire Haver, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. This holiday season, bring home a truck that delivers. The GMC Sierra delivers the power for the windy winter roads, delivers luxury with premium comfort, and delivers professional grade. At the Barlow Holiday Sales Event, you'll save on more than just the factory rebates. Visit Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With Maintain X, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving, not your paperwork. Join over 11,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain in the letter x.com/AI.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want to second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Experience casino like never before at Bet365. Spin your way through your favorite games. Check out our awesome table games and face off against a real live dealer. And play exclusive games that you simply can't play anywhere else. New Bet365 players get a 100% deposit match bonus up to $1,000 plus spins. Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. When I'm on the field, I'm always looking for a window of opportunity. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace windows in your home, now's the time.
This December, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big too with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you can get 0 interest for 5 years. Hurry, this sale ends soon. So schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Visit windownation.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Well, thank you, you two.
Oh, whenever you hear the Elvis music, our dear friend Linda Kearns, great local family attorney in the house.
Love that Elvis Christmas music.
Oh, I love Elvis. I love his husky, like the voice, It's like you can hum along with it.
Sounds like he's shivering through all his
Oh, Dan.
Oh, it's cold outside. Oh,
Linda, you'll love this story. I'm ignoring him, Linda.
Thank you.
So we'll get into it because Linda knows all, has a lot of behind the scenes stuff, especially with the gross Vanity Fair piece that's a disgrace.
Speaking about Vanity Fair and behind the scenes, thank you two for the great fashion advice. Don't mean to.
Yeah, we love you. We should get into that.
Yeah, we'll get it. It's some point this hour.
Stuff.
Yeah.
But no, I forgot. You'll love this.
Yeah, Susie Wiles.
Susie Wiles. No, remind me to tell you my David Elvis story. He will kill me. So shh, don't tell. I told.
Well, no, you can't.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay.
You know the song like Elvis sings, "I will always love you."
That's not him.
He sang it though.
Did he?
Elvis.
Yeah.
Well,
the
no,
Elvis
it's Dolly.
version.
It's not even Whitney. It's Dolly.
But it's Elvis.
No.
That's the version. So he's.
Oh, that's not even the right song.
You guys don't tell. No, this is why. So in this.
Wait, I don't think Elvis sang that song because I think that.
Wait, yes, he did.
I Will Always Love You. No, because I saw an interview with Dolly. They refused to pay her
What's
for
his
it.
song? What's his song?
Yeah, you're thinking of this one, I think. The Can't Help Falling in Love.
I can't help but fall in
love.
love.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was going to say, let's not put out wrong Elvis information.
With the queen of Elvis. Here it is. Sorry.
It's so cold outside.
I'm all excited that Linda's here.
I know. You know what? I want
to
be angry at Dan, but I have to be nice to all the producers because Greg Stocker has me filling in a bunch over Christmas break, so I can't alienate any producers in case they produce me, and I can't even alienate Stocker, who calls me a bottom feeder because I'm a lawyer. I heard that this morning.
Yeah, he says it.
So I have to just take it all. Make fun of Elvis, call me a bottom feeder, but I don't want to alienate anybody. Well, if I have to fill in and they have to produce me.
I'm sure we'll get to a real topic eventually, but did you hear also Nick Cale say this morning that he cooks with your olive oil?
I didn't, but
you're not supposed to cook with that olive oil.
Put it on. He doesn't know.
It's funny.
Somebody
actually texted me and said, "Does he not know?
He doesn't
not
know.
to cook with that."
He thought it was wine at first. You should have told him it was. Just let him drink it. Have like diarrhea for 2 days. Like,
pour a glass live on air.
But yeah, can't help falling in love. In any event, let's get into, if we can, this is Vanity Fair, which is shameful. And Linda Kearns, who's not only a great local family attorney, but a highly nationally respected election integrity attorney, and was on the battlefield, the legal battlefield, if you will, to make sure that our elections are always filled with integrity and truth, right? So when you look at, a lot of the people behind the scenes, Linda, you see Vanity Fair come out with Susie Wiles, who you and I have talked about. I have long admired her, a very strong but silent woman.
Yeah, well,
until
she needs to go back to staying silent. Yeah, when I worked for the campaign last year, I was the counsel here in Pennsylvania, and she came in, like when Trump became the nominee, she came in, and you could see a real difference in how the entire thing was being managed. And I really, really, really admire her. I didn't interact directly with her, but I interacted with her staff. So I definitely felt her presence a lot. And all the years that I worked for the RNC and whoever the presidential candidate was, there was always a strict don't talk to the media policy. And last year, and I thought that was a good policy to give out to everybody. I thought, because you can't have, the thousands of people that work for the campaign just giving statements, especially when they're not trained in PR. But this past year, we made this conscious effort. Only here in Pennsylvania, I was permitted to talk to the media, as you know, because I think I was on this station every day. And they made that exception because I had experience doing it, and because the audience knew me, and also because Pennsylvania was such an important state, and we just had to remind everybody that we were working on election integrity as well as getting the vote out. But we were very careful. I was very careful who I spoke to because I've been burned. And they put me out there. I was interviewed by a lot of those main outlets like the Alphabets, The Economist, MSNBC. I was interviewed by them, but always off the record. Because we knew that no matter what I said, it would be twisted. And even if even if we got them to okay the statement afterwards, we knew it would be twisted. You just know they're not going to write a flattering article. They're going to write an unflattering article, and then maybe if I give them an approved quote, they'll say, "But Linda Kearns, a longtime election, denier or whatever, whatever adjective." So you know that's what's going to happen. So I am shocked that they sat for that she cooperated with them.
So she does this series of Susie Wiles, White House Chief of Staff, does this huge, basically cover story involving multiple different interviews with Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair, by the way, back in the day, it was, and I know this was like 20 years ago, but they were the ones, just remember, never being called out, but they were the ones, it has come out and it has been revealed that Vanity Fair actually had the Farmer sisters. Remember Annie Farmer and some of the Epstein victims? And they had those victims telling them what happened to them, what Jeffrey Epstein did to them. And the author, one of the authors has said that they quashed it, they killed it, they crushed it. And it was crushing to the Farmer sisters as well as to the other victims, and it had that silencing effect. So these are nasty, evil people, in my opinion. They try to indoctrinate girls, and they say that they're about fashion, but I think that they're more about peddling very progressive, liberal policies. It's all about abortion. It's all about birth control. It's all about sexual positions, and really infusing that and indoctrinating teenage girls and young women under the cover that, it's just all about fun and fashion. Not really. It's nasty. They're nasty people.
And think about who's subscribing to Vanity Fair, who their audience is, who's advertising in Vanity Fair. If this writer had written a somewhat flattering profile, you can always put in negative things. I'm not saying it has to be 100% flattering, but a somewhat flattering profile about her management style, the fact that there hasn't been turnover. There's a lot of good things to talk about. If they had written that, their readers, their advertisers would have been up in arms. And that going in, so it's not going to be flattering. And I'll give it to that author. Like, he wrote that one piece in that one sentence where he said, and I even talked to her one Saturday when she was doing her laundry at her rental in DC. So he made it like they were like intimate friends, and she let him in, and that was calculated on his part.
Yes.
And I am shocked that she fell for it. And then how they're reacting now, it seems like almost every cabinet member put out almost an identical tweet, condemning the piece. I just think that this was a real PR disaster, and we couldn't have asked for a worse time going into midterms. And whoever greenlit those photos should have said they shouldn't even be working for the administration anymore.
Well, we'll get into the photos in a minute, but this is Vice President J.D. Vance here in Pennsylvania, Northampton County, speaking about affordability, introduced in part by Congressman Ryan McKenzie locally. But here's J.D. Vance, and they were asking him to react to this.
This is like Linda's dream, J.D. Vance, backed by Elvis Presley.
As Vice President, as an act of political expediency, and I'd like to give you the chance to respond to that, sir.
Well, first of all, if Susie, I'll trust what you said. I haven't looked at the article. I of course have heard about it, but conspiracy theorist. Sometimes I am a conspiracy theorist, but I only believe in the conspiracy theories that are true. And by the way, Susie and I have joked in private and in public about that for a long time. For example, I believed in the crazy conspiracy theory back in 2020 that it was stupid to mask 3-year-olds at the height of the COVID pandemic, that we should actually let them develop some language skills. I believed in this crazy conspiracy theory that the media and the government were covering up the fact that Joe Biden was clearly unable to do the job.
So that is Vice President J.D. Vance as he was reacting to something the article had put in there, that they were saying that, the headline was, and many of the headlines took this, that, Susie Wiles is blasting J.D. Vance and Pam Bondi. So do we have to take a break and then we'll get Linda's reaction? Is that what you're saying?
We can get Linda's reaction, but we do have to break soon.
Okay,
So
go
just so you
ahead.
know with
Yeah,
the-
I mean, I can't. JD Vance, he's quick and he's sharp and he knows how to answer questions, and he should definitely be out there answering questions. He knows exactly what to say to turn these things around. But I just think that this was completely preventable. Of course, if you say anything, if you say a long paragraph and there's one sentence in there that says, well, JD Vance was a conspiracy theorist, of course someone from Vanity Fair is going to jump on it. And in this climate of 24-hour news cycles and everything online and Twitter, of course, that's the only thing that's going to be captioned on Twitter. So I got to say, I am very disappointed that this happened. And I hope they show much better judgment, especially going into these midterms, because the president isn't going to be able to continue with his policies if we don't win these midterms. And this is not a good sign.
Well, and I would say this, it's unfortunate that we have to say this. In other words, their judgment, as you're referring to it, Linda Kearns, is that they should know better, that no matter what, even though this reporter begs you and promises you this is fair, and I'm sure said, look, you're the first female chief of staff, and we want to, highlight you as a woman, as a strong American woman. I'm sure they said everything. It's like that drunk guy at the bar who will say anything to get you to go home with him.
Right, but Vanity Fair also has a website and does videos. So she should have said, look, if you really want to interview me, I'll do an unedited video interview.
True.
Like, there's ways to get around the cutting that they're going to do and then putting a slant on it. So I'm surprised that they did this, and I hope that they understand. And I understand that we won this election and we won the Electoral College. Mm-hmm. I get it, and we won the popular vote. However, half the country voted for the other person, so we just have to remember that. And President Trump would not have won if he hadn't convinced some independents and some Democrats to vote for him. And we need that in every election.
Yeah.
And when something like this comes out, that's going to turn those voters away, those voters that we so desperately need.
Mm-hmm.
So I am disappointed in this. I'm hoping, it'll leave the news cycle soon, but I thought it showed poor judgment.
I mean, it is right before the holidays, and just so we have zoom out and reveal the big picture, if you want to say the words poor judgment, the poor judgment is unfortunate, because basically the poor judgment would be, oh gosh, you believed somebody, you took a so-called journalist at his word. That's the state of the liberal media today.
Oh yeah,
That's
I'm not
sad,
making an excuse
right?
for them. And I will say that working on a campaign where Susie Wiles was in charge, it was refreshing how buttoned up it was, and you could really feel her hand, even down to where I was an attorney in one of the states. So I admire her. I think that she's doing a great job. And I don't want to take that away from her, but everyone is going to mess up. Unfortunately, this was a huge mess up.
I just think it's my take on it, Linda. And I mean, you know these individuals, you've worked with them, worked for the campaign. But how many times you see a strong woman, she takes care of everybody else. Who was taking care of Susie? So Susie, it just makes me crazy, because that happens. And I think that's what happened. If she were working for herself, she would not have let Susie Wiles do
Probably
that.
not.
Or
Right.
at least not in that format.
Right.
And so that this does happen to the best of us, but that's what I see. She takes care of everybody else. She buttons everything else up. She's so organized. She's so fantastic, because she's always thinking about everybody else, but nobody was thinking about protecting her.
Well, I hope this is a lesson both for her and everybody else on our side going forward about the media. You can use the media, like JD Vance understands how to use it, and you have to be savvy if we're going to win elections and convince our voters to keep coming out, and convince some Democrats and independents to keep coming out.
Yeah, because it's almost like, I'm trying to think of an analogy. So maybe 855-839-1210. If you can think of a good analogy. You know what the analogy is? You know how police officers or anybody in law enforcement, they're not allowed, if they're out doing traffic or they go into a home or whatever, and they say, officer, I just made this homemade cake, right? I have some chili, and you're investigating. how about some coffee, or I have some, and anybody in law enforcement, they say, no, I'm sorry. We're
Right.
not allowed to accept food, water.
Right.
We're not allowed to, because we have seen people getting drugged. I would say that. Pretend like that anytime they're trying to get you in the media to do some kind of an interview, think of it in that regard, that this is a
Absolutely.
policy.
Always be on your guard. That's how they treated us during the campaign, and they shouldn't step away from that. I told you during the break, I recently had a New York Times reporter hounding
Hold
me.
Hold it. Don't tell the story. That's a good point. So Dan wants me to break.
I got to get the break.
Wait, this is an incredible story. Can you stick around?
Of
Linda?
course.
So wait, Linda, you got to hear this. It's an amazing story. The Elvis lovin'. Oh, we're going to hum it out to commercial break. Linda Kearns, the big story. Don't laugh, Greg Stocker's like, you're going to what it out? I know Greg so well. We're so silly. Be right back. Hum it out.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes, and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Now is the season for finding a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now during Toyotathon, lease a new 2025 RAV4 LE all-wheel drive for just $299 a month for 39 months. Or buy and get 4.7% financing for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 and lease for $229 a month for 39 months. Or get rates as low as 2.99% per 48 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rules stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rules stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone. We've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2016.
With the holiday season upon us, there's nothing I'm more thankful for than being here with Crash Proof Retirement. You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And I mean, what's not to like about coming to Crash Proof Retirement? I would encourage everybody to have that same sense of security and peace for 2026.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, January 14th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with exciting news. Bentz Dental Group now has 2 board-certified prosthodontists. Dr. Bentz's daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, successfully completed her board certification. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you to do what I did. Call my friends at Bentz Dental Group 610-272-6949 or visit their website at bentzdentalgroup.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Let's get right back into it. Susie Wiles, the Vanity Fair article. We're telling a lot of different,
Susie Cool.
Why did I say Susie Cool? I'm just looking at social
You
media.
in the
Love
chat?
you,
Yeah.
Suze.
Suze loves Jeffy. Yeah.
And you know what? And Suze loves Jeffy. And Susie Cool, I think, is in Naples, Florida. And we had Tony Bruno in Cape Coral, and maybe I'm a combination of all of the above. Linda Kearns in the house. I always, we love Wednesdays because Linda's here.
Yeah.
So.
Wait, what is that lead-in music?
Oh, what was that?
That's my guy.
Yeah, it's G-Love.
G-Love.
I didn't want Elvis all day. I'm
I
sick
know.
of his crap.
Dawn, I interviewed G-Love.
I heard. I'm sorry. So this is so cool. Let me ask you something. Is it important to you to represent artists like G-Love? Because if only you could have, if only the great Linda Kearns could have represented Elvis. Because we learned in that newer Elvis movie, he was taken advantage of by the
Very
Colonel.
much so. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I've been, and Garrett talks or G-Love. I know I call him by his name. G-Love talks about this a lot, that I've been around for everything, and a lot of people say, "Oh, we have to go through Linda." So, but that's a good thing, and we've stayed together this long probably because he needs me.
Yes, that's important.
So when's the wedding?
Yeah, he has a wife.
So tell us this story about, and this is talking about the media. And so, Linda Kearns, tell us the story. There's a New York Times.
Yeah, just recently. This happened.
What do they say? I will rub your feet, woman.
Yeah, basically, they were writing an article, and I don't want to say the exact topic, but it was an election article. And I don't want to say because then people can look it up and they'll know what it is. But this reporter she emailed me. Then she was calling me. She was offering to come to my office to take me out. Anything she could possibly do to interview me. And I looked up her stuff, and I knew her. I knew what she wrote, and I did not trust her. And I said no. And she even offered, well, we'll do it on background. And for the audience, you can arrange to speak to a reporter. It's called on background. That means that they cannot quote you, that you're just giving them information, and then they can go hunt other things down elsewhere. And that can be useful to do. And on the campaign, I did that.
Perspective.
Right. And I did that quite a bit because I felt like prior to 2024, these outlets didn't even have our perspective. So at least I was doing a lot on background with some of these major news outlets to give them our perspective, even though I didn't trust them to quote me correctly. And this particular reporter from the New York Times, she was begging me basically. And I just kept saying no. And because I had read her stuff and I didn't trust her and I knew what her slant was going to be. And I think that you have to be smart about that when the media contacts you, because you could really not only do something that could hurt your own reputation, but also the subject matter, the others around you. And that's another reason why I'm surprised that the administration allowed this article with Vanity Fair to happen, because all you would really have to do is look up that reporter and just even look at Vanity Fair and see what they usually write. And then even the posing for the pictures, they had to know.
Dan,
I mean,
can you show some of these pictures?
because when they posted pictures of Michelle Obama and Jill Biden, I mean, they both looked gorgeous, which anybody can look gorgeous in those pictures.
Yes.
They went out of their way with the majority of those pictures, except the ones where it was like a whole group shot, to make those people look very unflattering. And I know you are not an Ann Coulter fan, but I do remember
because she did something to Zeal.
Yeah, no, I remember that. But years ago, Time Magazine had interviewed her, and it was not necessarily a bad article that they wrote, but the picture they put on the cover, they purposely used this like weird long lens. So you have to realize that is going to happen. And I don't know who let them take those pictures. None of those pictures looked flattering. Like those close up. Like we have one up on YouTube now. Susie Wells looks like, I don't know, she just saw a spider or something. I know.
Yeah, that looks like the mugshot of that crazy lady
I know.
in Delco that was like pooping on cars or something. Look at that. Looks
not
like a mugshot.
helpful. None of those pictures are
What is this framing?
Look at that.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Look at JD Vance.
Every single
Look
at
oh my gosh, Stephen Miller, the Zealot, and they made him black and white and put shadows on everybody's faces.
I'll go back up to
Dan
Stephen Miller.
Scavino, you don't even recognize.
Yeah, here's Stephen Miller again. I'll go back on the Stan Scavino.
Yeah.
And then,
and by the way, in my family, I know they like laugh at me, but I'm like, nobody posts. When we take pictures of family gatherings, can I see the picture before you put it on social media?
Hold on, I gotta get music.
That's how I am.
The right music
you know
to accompany these pictures. Here you go.
don't, because you should have some control over like some gross picture
and
of
even
you.
the picture of Carolyn Levitt was not flattering. And how could you not have that girl's?
She's like in her
such
20s,
a cutie.
gorgeous.
How could you not take a good picture of her? This was. I agree that it was a hit job, but again, I think that
and JD Vance, like, look at they have him spreading his seriously, these look like
I know.
like spread your
I don't know
legs
what
stand against the
and
wall.
he may not even have known that was going to be the picture. He might have kind of been getting ready, and they're snapping. Because I know when I've had my picture taken, they take like 150 pictures.
And Stephen Miller, now Stephen, now look at like he's got a little, and this is I can say this. So look at his midsection because he's a dad.
Yeah,
a dad. You know what I mean? But like
that would not. I just think that they would have brushed that out if that was someone else. They wanted to be flattering.
We have a new chatter on YouTube called Gay Blake.
But if you're not watching on YouTube, it's Stephen Miller, who's a brilliant guy, but they have him sitting down. And then, sitting down, it's never a flattering shot, but he's got a little tummy kind of over the belt, of the suit and whatnot. And if he just buttoned his jacket, you wouldn't even see that.
And I realize that their party line, the administration's party line is, it's Vanity Fair. They took it out of context. And I get that. And that's what they have to say publicly. But I hope privately they are saying, no more interviews. Let's be a little bit smarter about what we put out there because this is not helping anything. I really hope that's what they're talking about behind the scenes.
What I just want to be like, I want to be the person who's like in charge of that. So to say, all right, if you want people photographed, this is what you want. I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a photographer. Tell me what shots you're looking for, and we'll provide the photos with our own photographer. But we'll provide it, and you can pick through the photos. But we will provide the photos, and you can tell us if you want them in wherever you want them in the White House. You want them inside, outside, whatever. We'll accommodate you, but we're taking the pictures, and we will control it that way. Or what TV stations do, by the way, is that when you're in television, even locally here, that they want to do a photo shoot with the anchor or the reporters, and the television station will make a deal with whatever, Philadelphia Magazine, whoever, to say, but we get final approval of the photograph. So if we do not approve of the photograph, you'll not air it. And they have that agreement in writing.
Right. Because, they might not want to allow you to use your own photographer, but allowing you to have approval over what they put out. I don't think that doesn't change the story. I mean, they're taking the photos. I understand because reporters often say, well, we can't give you approval. We can't change the story. And I recognize that. Sometimes I do give quotes but on the condition that they print the entire quote. That's another thing I learned, that if I give them a quote and I'll say, hey, you can use this, sometimes they'll even edit that. So I give them quotes on the condition that you either don't print it at all or print it as I wrote it exactly. Don't cut anything. And you have to do that, because if not, they can manipulate. The written word can really be manipulated, and you have to be very careful. And even on an interview, like a podcast interview, if they're allowed to edit it afterwards, that it can be manipulated, and you have to be very careful, and you have to both trust the person who's interviewing you and trust whatever they're coming from, whatever the newspaper or whatever the podcast or site is. And you also just have to be very discerning about who you say yes to and who you don't.
That's right.
And I've loosened up a little bit. There are some reporters who I know are not necessarily aligned with me, and I will give them quotes again if they print it exactly. I do think it did help during the 24 campaign to have me talking to all those people, because Dawn, I can't tell you how many of those reporters that I spoke to would say things like, well, no one ever told us that before. Well, we didn't realize that. And I would say, well, you're clearly not asking the right questions, because, if they talk to somebody on the left or the Democrats or however you want to describe them, and they're constantly saying mail balloting is 100% safe. And that's what they hear day in, day out. And I come in and I say, well, did you realize that, the way that the code is written, like these are the dates when they go out and these are the dates when they come back. And sometimes it's hard to get them back in. And did you realize that each county has different procedures for how to look at them, how to observe them? And did you realize that each county can decide who can be in there to observe them and who can? And did you understand that when the legislature changed our law from absentee balloting, which was like less than 1% of all ballots in the state, up to mail balloting, which is like can be anywhere from like 20 to 40% of the ballots? Did you understand that all they did was change the word from absentee to mail, and they didn't write our law to recognize that there's going to be this much volume of ballots? And all of these reporters said, well, no one ever pointed that out. And I say, well, you're not asking the right questions. And when I would go and look at the articles still weren't flattering, but they weren't as bad as they could have been without at least talking to me. So
look at what Dan created.
I didn't create it. I don't want to. I'm not claiming credit for this.
Or what you put up.
This is a meme going around on Twitter that shows the difference between Vanity Fair and reality.
So what Vanity Fair put on the left, and it shows Karine Jean-Pierre looking like a glamorous, gorgeous model in red. And then
I did not
the reality shot of
I did not find that picture.
And then on the left, you see this bizarre tight shot of Caroline Leavitt.
I know, her lipstick doesn't look good. Like, they had to have known that they would do that. And I know you're not supposed to alter these images, but I think it's allowable to retouch it a little bit so she doesn't look that horrible.
It's in this day and age of, digital day and age, obviously what they're doing is they had to manipulate these.
Right. With the lighting.
Make them look bad, to put shadows, to show you can see Caroline Leavitt's pores in her face.
No one is going to look flattering if you bring the
ridiculous.
Camera that close.
She's still gorgeous.
She is, but
but come on. Who was it? New York Magazine, wasn't it like a year or two ago? Remember this with the Republican? What are you doing? Oh, see, look.
Oh, God.
I mean, look at the thing about it is I would say, haha, you could not find a blackhead. Like if she had a blackhead in her side of her nose, like you would see it because it's ridiculous. Shame on Vanity Fair. And by the way, Vanity Fair magazine, can we call out Vanity Fair magazine? If I will say this, you protected a pedophile and trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein. That's what you did, Vanity Fair. Evil, really evil and demonic to take away the voice of victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That's what Vanity Fair did. So we should
so
just know
Dawn,
they're
on that
evil.
note,
That is evil.
On that note, if Vanity Fair had come to the
We
station
got the Vanity Fair angle for Dawn on YouTube right now, by
and
the way.
said, Dawn, we want to interview you and Greg and Dan and Zioli, and we want to do a whole profile on you, and we're going to interview you over 6 months, what would you have said? Vanity Fair.
Vanity Fair? Absolutely not.
See? I mean, you would have said no.
Mhm.
Like,
Who would have said yes among
right.
us? Would it be, okay, here's a question, poll question. Would it be Zioli? Greg Stocker? What do you think? Greg would probably, because he's a media whore, so he would, and
but I
would
think
say
he would have
lovingly.
been smarter.
I don't know.
Than,
He would love the
Yeah, I mean, look, and the publicity is
controversy.
the publicity. Are you zooming in on Dawn on the ZooTube? On the YouTube?
I want to give her the Vanity Fair angle.
So let me tell you a little secret.
Not
and
fair,
I
Dan.
want to tell
You look beautiful even this close, by the way.
I
so
know. Well, that's
does,
true.
right?
Yes. Okay,
that is true.
Why they need me. I'm gonna. You know what? These guys. Let me tell you something. I should just go to work for this administration. Because
What are you bubbling over
first off,
there?
I would do their makeup. Can I just show you a little secret?
What's that?
The reason you can see their pores is this is Matamond. It's Lancome.
Okay.
Little secret. Great powder. They're not going to see your pores.
Okay.
And then
See?
there's a little white powder that you put, and it. So no matter what, they wouldn't see your pores.
I don't see your pores. That could just be the quality
You
of
don't
your camera.
see- no,
Your camera's
it's not
kind
the
of suck.
camera. It's this.
I mean, I would assume that they have makeup artists and so forth. So,
But they're not
And they're-
TV
I know.
camera people
Right.
necessarily.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's different.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know what it is? They need like somebody, just like biblically, you have to put on the armor of God and know the Bible, right? It's like spiritual warfare. And at the same time, it's media warfare. It's all at once. That's what's happening with, I think.
And it has been for as long
yeah.
as I can remember, really. I mean, look, I do read the New York Times every day, but not for the opinions. They have like a really good lifestyle section. They have good recipes. They have recommendations on gifts.
But you have to, too, because of media.
Yeah, and I also like to look at it to say, okay, what do they say versus what is the Wall Street Journal saying today versus what is the Philadelphia Inquirer saying today? You do have to, and I say this a lot, you have to be a critical consumer of news. So I hope the audience understands, too, that art, where you're reading, you have to really consider the source, which also doesn't mean that everything is completely untrue. Like Vance said, he probably had some conspiracy, so-called conspiracy. Like a part of it's true, but then they just manipulate it.
But that's what he was referring to. So it sounds like from what he says, I infer from him that he and Susie kind of have this back and forth, this joke about conspiracy theories. And it's one of their kind of like, I don't know, shticks or something that they often will joke and tease about. And it sounds like in the context of everything, that's what she was. Well, JD, we joke about conspiracy theories all the time.
And
so they take her out of context when if they had it in context, if they had recorded the entire thing,
right,
then we would have that context.
And if you look at the article, JD Vance was joking around, and they put it in the article. He was saying, wow, I hope nobody gets fired for this. Well, I can't get fired, which is totally true. The vice president can't get fired, but everybody else
So it's a joke.
can. It's a joke, and when it's taken out of context like that, and
they don't understand.
Yeah, and
we gotta hold that thought because Dan is like jumping up and down. Can you stick around for one more?
Of course.
We're gonna take a quick break, and man, we have a lot to talk about. Be right back.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate.
because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-269-3454. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-269-3454 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-269-3454 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-269-3454.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to nordvpn.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Happy Honda Days. Yeah, you get clearance deals on select 2025 models at Piazza Honda, like 0.99% for 60 months on that new Honda Ridgeline. What about leasing a brand new Honda Accord for just $229 a month, or maybe a Honda Pilot? Beautiful vehicle for only $399 a month, both of those for 36 months. Hurry in. Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Experience the wonder of Happy Honda Days while all these clearance deals last. Get in fast. Shop online, PiazzaHonda.com, P-I-A-Z-Z-A, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Linda Kearns. I love talking to Linda. I'm sorry. We were so jam-packed today, but Linda, I rudely interrupted you. You're in the middle of a story. There's so much breaking, so much going on, and really incorporating the importance of being successful in policy as far as the Trump administration, but also being successful in rooting out the evil of a manipulative media, and that's what this is, Linda.
Absolutely.
Manipulators.
Absolutely. And I, like I said, going into these midterms, this administration has to be more careful. We have to put our nose to the ground. This is going to be a tough election year, and we can't have any more screw-ups like this. And hopefully, because it occurred so close to Christmas, it'll kind of go out of the news cycle.
Well said. That's very well said. I was looking at to Dan's point, I was looking at all the pictures of, the women in previous administrations just put up
total glam shots, which they also never showed Melania. They never did that for Melania, who's actually a cover girl, who's actually someone who can look absolutely beautiful, and they never gave her those fawning type of interviews.
So annoying.
Yeah.
By the way, Linda, we're going to talk about this because we talked about it in Kale & Co. That's today we get a glimpse of and learn more about Melania, her new film that's coming out.
Wait, I heard you guys saying we'll do like a field trip.
This?
Yeah,
we do this?
Absolutely. I can't
fun?
wait to see that. Yeah.
Now, all of our radio brothers, everybody's invited. It's not just all a girls thing, but, all the brothers are invited.
Brothers and broads on broad.
The brothers and broads, on broad.
And Dawn, I think this is my last, guest appearance for 2025 on your show as far as these Wednesdays. So
we're not
going to do this again until 2026. Although I will be filling in on some shows.
You will not, can we break the news?
Sure, do it.
It's you're filling in for a national Fox star.
Yeah.
Evenings. I've never done that. That's so cool. Do you want to tell us? You're filling in
and raving because I'm filling in for Fela.
Oh!
On just on this station.
Oh, just in Philadelphia.
Yeah, please.
But still, that's freaking awesome.
But Zioli has been ranting and raving because I guess he's filling in during the day. So why isn't this station going to play his fill-in at night?
No.
And he's been saying that Kearns, and now she's going to bump me, and
because you get mad.
And then he said, I heard him say, Fox News better not call me and say that they bumped me because now they're scheduling. I mean, Zioli has become completely unhinged, and it is hysterical to listen to.
Oh, it's gonna, this is gonna be great next week. Linda Kearns, love you, my friend. And speaking of friends, we got to talk about my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating and Air Conditioning, all-in-one Mitsubishi electric heating and air conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Cann's installed last year in our lower level because we couldn't find a solution. Poor ventilation down there. I mean, if I could walk you down there, you wouldn't even know you're in a lower level. That's how awesome this ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning is. Total game changer. Love it. And Larry and I spend so much time in our office downstairs. So we really appreciate Marvin E. Cann's, my guys, and that mini split. If you ask for it, it's the Mitsubishi Electric mini split. It is awesome and keeps us warm and toasty this winter. Visit my guys, Marvin E. Cann's, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you. Dom Show right now.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made ready. Member FDIC.
Imagine the perfect chicken tender. Crispy, juicy, for lack of a better word, tendery. Now imagine these perfect tenders at Wendy's. 'Cause they are. Wendy's new chicken tenders are here with delicious new dipping sauces like Wendy's Signature, Creamy Ranch, and Honey Barbecue. And they're so good, we even changed our name from Wendy's to Tendies. I believe that's what the kids call manifesting. For Tendies you're gonna know by name, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
If you haven't made a dentist appointment this year, you still have this month to schedule an appointment with my friend, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Why Dr. Mike, you ask? He's the best. For over 12 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized by his peers as a master of complex dentistry. That's right. He treats other doctors. He's the expert the experts call to handle the complex dental surgeries and procedures. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. His compassion and commitment to your health, that's his top priority. So make your appointment and get your free dental implant consultation today. If you've already had an estimate for one, get a second opinion. It's worth doing. And don't forget, as the year's almost over, check your remaining benefits. You could have benefits ready to expire that you can use towards your dental procedure. 856-786-2020. VeneriaDental.com. Venaria, my buddy, my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria, VeneriaDental.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Rob Reiner's son Nick is set to appear in court on 2 counts of murder for the deaths of his parents. Jury deliberations continue this morning in the trial of Atlantic City Mayor Marty Small. And tonight's Powerball jackpot is going for a whopping $1.25 billion.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Oh, does this guy push us to the limit? Does he push? I'm talking about Brian Fitzpatrick. We are loaded up today, and we'll ask Dave McCormick about that. The senator is here at 2:30 today. But Fitzpatrick, Lawler, the New York guy, sadly, Ryan McKenzie, and Bresnahan, the other guy in Pennsylvania who feels under the gun, they, along with Democrats, have overridden Mike Johnson. So that means we're going to get a vote on the 3-year extension of 3 years of Obamacare is what the Democrats want. And Brian Fitzpatrick, I guess, is, let me know, Henry, if you find any sound of him, trying to tell us, oh, no, his plan is where the compromise will be with the Democrats. You know, the plan where we extend Obamacare. He's out there telling us we get a cap. Yeah, $225,000 and you still get it. He says abortion has nothing to do with it. Yes, it does, Brian. I don't know about gender-affirming care. Probably that too. So what do we do? This is one of those times when I know in talk radio people would just avoid it because it is an uncomfortable situation. I would say this. I don't think the Senate's going to go for it. But if by some miracle this passes, and this disruption of what he's involved in, then I don't see how you can vote for him. I really don't. Now, you can argue, well, what's the harm, Dom? All Brian Fitzpatrick is doing, along with Lawler, Bresnahan, and Ryan McKenzie in the Lehigh Valley, all they're doing is getting some leverage in their election to say, well, we tried. We were for Obamacare. We wanted that as a solution. Democrats, they're not fooling around. They want 3 years. That's what they're going to be voting on. I'm not sure when the vote's going to happen. If I had to guess, it'll be tomorrow. I mean, they got a discharge petition. Now, in fairness, they wouldn't vote on Fitzpatrick's amendment, is his argument. So now they've overridden the speaker. 4 Republicans go rogue, along with all the Democrats, at least what I've seen. And they'll now say this will be the solution. 855-839-1210. Kind of hard to believe, is it not? This election in Bucks County is going to be unbelievable. I mean, it's, look, he won't come on now. He's, it's been too much water under. Henry's trying every day. And, okay. I just want you to hear him under questioning, and then you see if that's something you can support. By the way, speaking of electoral politics, ferocious battle going on in our caller of the year. You can go to at Dom Show 1210, and there you'll see it pinned how you can vote. And we're going to have Newman Price Waterhouse on a little bit later on to tell us votes are coming in from around the country. I don't know about around the world. So this just happened, and it's stunning, to put it mildly. All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. By the way, one item, just to show you, look, I don't see President Trump going down, unless you're crazed in the history books, as a greater president than Washington or Lincoln, as some people are saying. I do think competition with Reagan is a really interesting one. But as far as a consequential president on our day-to-day lives, I'm telling you, I don't think there's anybody bigger. It seems pretty clear in New York, the Mets, that they traded one player for a lesser player, an outfielder, Mimo. And they kept Lindor, the shortstop, who is vastly overrated because Lindor didn't like the fact that the outfielder gave $1,000 to Trump and apparently was a big Trump guy. Now, this is being reported in several sources. Can you imagine if this were in Philadelphia and we're trading A.J. Brown because he was a Trump guy and Jalen Hurts couldn't stand that? Think of these are not minor players we're talking about. That was one of their top players, and he was a Trump guy. I guess we believe that the shortstop is better in their minds and has more swag and more whatever in New York. But has any president ever gotten a major player traded because another player couldn't take that in argument? I don't know of any. I don't think Reagan did. I don't think Obama did. I never remember Obama getting anybody traded. Joe Biden, I hate Biden. You're traded.
It's crazy.
This is the stuff that Trump provokes that is consequential in ways large and small. As we gather for Christmas, how many people are not going to be speaking to someone, not going over the house, the whole thing and all, because they're on either one side or another of the Trump debate. Now, we're going to break down what the president's going to say tonight. I put up on Twitter, it's been such a whirl out here, I haven't even had a chance to take a look. But put up on Twitter, what has been Trump's biggest accomplishment? That's what he's going to talk about tonight. It's not quite a year. Yeah, it's about a month short of a year. I'd say closing the border. It's clear. There's no doubt about it. He said it. He did it. He continues to do it. On other things, people can argue the metric of it. Has he done whatever it might be? But he has closed the border. There is no doubt about that. So I would say that's his biggest accomplishment. He's going to talk about that tonight, and that's fine, reminding people of that. But is he then going to swerve into attacking affordability and saying it's not real or something? Please don't do that. So we're going to talk with one of the deputy press secretaries from the White House. I don't know if we talked with Kush Desai before. I've talked to other people there. Giving you a little preview coming up of what the president's going to try to do tonight. I don't know if it'll be 2 hours or not. It starts at 9 o'clock from the White House. It shows that they're taking this seriously. It's all hands on deck. And I guess that President feels that people are forgetting. And it's also going to be a preview. Our buddy Mike Opelka has a good thing up. Starting January 1, 2026, the one big, beautiful bill. Average family keeps $3,752 more in your pocket. Child care credit jumps to $2,200 per kid. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. Deduct interest on American-made cars and trucks. $1,000 baby bonus. Small business owners, extra 23% deduction. 100% bonus depreciation is back. Estate tax exemption doubled to $15 million. That means family farms and businesses stay in the family. I love that one. Even in death, they come after you. That's right, we're going to come after you in death. We tax you in life, and in death, you can't do anything about it. Bigger standard deductions, simpler taxes, 90% of Americans. Now, J.D. Vance, to his credit, talked about that and did make a good case that that's happening. So what is the president's biggest accomplishment? 855-839-1210. You can get him right now. Hit us with that. I'd love to see if you agree with me on the border, or is it something else? All right, let me give you the side question. We got a lot of people coming on board today to take apart some of this. And Brian Fitzpatrick, in my view, has gone too far where I'd have to consider the nuclear option, just not voting for him. I don't know. I don't think anybody's running in a primary, but he is driving this. Do we give him grace and say, Dom, it's just a ploy. He knows nothing's going to get passed. This way he looks good in the district. How many times do we have to say that with this guy? How many times do we have to go down that path? All right, the side question today. Henry and I noticed The Simpsons had an anniversary of their debut just in the last couple of days. And I mentioned to him, and we Googled it and went back. At one point, The Simpsons, I don't know if I'd use the word scandalous, but Reddit even, I saw a headline, was talking about, oh my God, America, this is too much. Any number of things they were talking about or doing. Homer, how lazy he is, what a bad example. The Simpsons, had a lot of pop, but also there was a lot of negativity. So we thought something that was once, if not scandalous, was frowned upon. And I told Henry, and we looked it up, and I have quite an article on it here in Philadelphia. At one point, women had to enter a bar by a ladies' entrance on the side. And some of those ladies' entrances are still on the bars. I think they're a great motif. Women can point to them and see what it was like in the bad old days. I had to go in you couldn't believe it. I know. But every bar in South Philly, there's one in Port Richmond. The guy said, it's just a decoration. Women can come in the front door now. It's kind of nice. It's civil. You just enter through the side door. You're right there at a bar. Or, usually they would have you go into the back room. Because women were not going to be standing at the bar throwing down hard liquor. It was demeaning to men. You aren't going to get away with that. All right. So the ladies' entrance, or here's one that I thought about. How long ago? And I'm going to say Catholics. I'm not going to get into the other religions. Not dressing for church. I mean, the way for years we've talked about it. Look, and what their argument on the other side? Well, God doesn't care how you dress. Try that out all the time.
Yeah, it's a tough argument to beat.
Oh, my God.
He just cares that you're there.
Maybe God, right. We hear that, right. Maybe God will smite someone there. Take off those sneakers, put on some shoes, or you're going to get smited. All right, so I would put that in. Frowned upon, something that now is not even frowned upon. You're in trouble if you bring it up. Henry, what's yours?
Yeah, I got two here. I'll take something a little older and then something more contemporary. The first one I'm going to take off is, so I was watching It's a Wonderful Life the other day.
Right.
And I couldn't help but notice when, Jimmy Stewart wishes he didn't exist.
Right.
That when they go to Pottersville, in what was then Bedford Falls, now is Pottersville, they're playing jazz music throughout the entire
Yes.
town and at the bars.
You made
and
a
everything.
big point. I'll tell people in the meeting. Oh man, Henry was. What the heck's up with that?
Yeah, well, it was one of those. I picked up on it. I've watched this movie I don't know how many times, but it was the first time I picked up. Like, oh, they're really demonizing jazz music here. They're saying jazz music is one of the roots of evil in Pottersville, along with gambling and such. Everything that goes on there. So I found it fascinating that jazz music kind of went from being almost like, I'd say, the devil's music to like widely accepted and praised. The one more contemporary one I'm going to take off, and it kind of has to do. It's very similar to your answer, and that would be the wearing of pajamas in public now.
Yeah, I mean that's still despicable.
Well, but not enough that people aren't being shamed enough that they still do it all the time.
All right,
me included sometimes.
Oh God! All right, Sean, do you have one?
Yeah, I actually do got one. I'm a huge video game player. I actually love playing a lot of violent video games, and I can say that the violent video games, they make me go insane. So during that whole discussion about violent video game making you a violent person, I mean, I can say that I'm not a violent person, so I got to put that one up there as for me on the list.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I never bought that. That was always the patented thing. You get on TV, you talk about that. Now, the underlying maniac who's playing them with them, yeah, it is a trigger or a help. It kind of gives them the ideation of how they're going to do this in some way. Or it's like a game to them. That's the worst part. The psychos are in the world. It's like a video game.
Right.
That might be more the issue. All right, hit us with that. Get your name into the hat. The Simpsons ladies' entrance. I'm looking for somebody who once used a ladies' entrance.
Yeah, please.
Back in the day.
I want to hear. I want to hear some eyewitness accounts.
The one I'm thinking is down right across from the police in Jackson Street, like 24th or so. No, it's more closer to Oregon Avenue. That place there had one for a long time. If you get into the real heart of South Philly, Port Richmond, and all that, they may still enforce it. You're not just sashaying in there. Bella Abzug, I'm going for a women's rights from years ago. Linda Kearns isn't walking in that front door. Got to use the side entrance, ladies.
Oh, man.
All right.
I'd love Linda Kearns on a case like that.
855-839-1210. That's how you get in on Talk Radio 1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Let me tell you about my friends at United Tire and Service. United Tire wants to wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. If you need quick travel preparations, now is the time to save and make sure your car is ready for winter driving. United Tire has some of the best prices of the year, and when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service that your car needs. Happy holidays from United Tire and Service. And remember, don't drive alone, drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
You know what's beautiful? The Jug Handle Inn. Spread your wings and enjoy good times, great friends, and amazing food. You know the Jug's famous for their award-winning wings, but they offer so much more. Perfect for lunch, dinner, late-night snacks with monster burgers, scrumptious nachos, huge fresh salads, fries, and tots. Don't miss a minute of your basketball and hockey action, yo, and your chance to scream, "Go Birds!" with great specials every day. Come rediscover the Jug Handle Inn in Cinnamons and find them online at jughandleinn.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
All right, time. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. You're in on the side question, right? In addition to that, the ladies' entrance. We might have somebody who had to enter one of those. Yeah, this is a real thing. I thought, Henry, that was within the realm of recency. Maybe it's back to the spittoon days or something.
It feels like I knew ladies weren't welcome in the bars by themselves, but I didn't realize it was a whole other entrance.
Oh, yeah. Does that still go on? Hey, what are you hanging out of here for? Is it a prostitution ring?
No,
or
I
something?
wouldn't think so.
No. I wonder how many women sat up to the bar by themselves there.
Because I guess the bar was more like the boys' club.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the points. All right, more on Brian Fitzpatrick saying, look, what else were we need to do? I had to sign off with Akeem Jeffries to put this up for a vote. Again, I'm going to defer a little bit to the politics of this with Johnson. They didn't want to vote on this. Because the media is going to say now Republicans voted down Obamacare. Or are Fitzpatrick and the other three Republicans, all three of them within our listening area, three out of four, are they going to vote for a 3-year extension? I don't think the Senate will pass it, but still a 3-year extension of Obamacare. This is insane. And Fitzpatrick telling people, yeah, I got a cap on it. Where's that cap? Oh, yeah. Democrats are not going to go for 225, Brian. They're going to bump that up more. By the latest with Democrats, and I'll get into a little bit later, in Pennsylvania, trying to show their concern by the military by taking veterans that have been found guilty of crimes and then allowing them to blame it on PTSD or something like that, pretty much to take out of the hands of the judge any kind of severe sentencing. They just want to decriminalize everything. And you know, and I know, during the course of a trial, a jury would be told about any difficulties a veteran had due to war, combat, that kind of thing. But this is post-conviction, to pretty much rule out any kind of sentence that would be significant. This is what they're up to as we speak in the waning days here. They never rest. And Brian Fitzpatrick does not rest either. I wonder how Jackie Heinrich's covering this on Fox. Was that a cheap shot? There's a bit of a conflict there. I don't know if Fox will give her that story. All right, 855-839-1210. Rachel's in Moorestown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rachel.
Hi, Dom. How are you?
Good, Rachel.
my father and my uncles owned a tap room in South Philadelphia, 12th and Mifflin Street.
Oh, what was it called?
The Chico's Bar,
Okay.
and there was a ladies' entrance. The main entrance was on the corner of the street, and further down the block was the ladies' entrance, and that's where all the ladies, all the women, all the girls had to enter. And it was the bar itself was not there; it was just tables in the back.
Yeah.
So I'm very familiar with the ladies' entrance. It's still there. The building is still there. I mean, this is many decades ago. But the building is still there, and I believe the ladies' entrance is still there.
Of
so
course,
it was,
they have to maintain that. It's historic. So what did you think of that growing up?
I didn't really think much of it because we lived a couple doors down, like in a row home, and we were 10 of us with one bathroom. So I was very grateful to use that ladies' entrance on many occasions to use the lavatory in my father's tap room, and that is true.
So,
that is
Rachel,
true. 10 people.
What was the recency of that? So they had the ladies' entrance. What years? What was the latest year? Was it into the 80s and 90s?
Definitely in the 80s, early 80s. But I don't think it was like it. Obviously it wasn't mandatory. But I do believe the sign is still there. I don't think they have removed it. And there is also, I don't know if you're familiar with Row Home Coffee, really good coffee place at like 21st and Pine Street.
I know
really
of
beautiful
it.
old
Yep.
building. And they have a ladies' entrance. So I don't know if in a prior incarnation it had been
a bar.
A bar.
Yeah, well, 12th and Mifflin now. That's, what's that neighborhood now? That's not East Passyunk, is it? What's the other name? There's another name for
It's
that.
not Southwark. It's not Southwark.
No, it's not
I don't
that,
know what
but
they call it.
there's a fancy name for it now. So, yeah, Rachel, Henry, can you imagine? Never heard of the ladies' entrance. I had to explain the whole deal yesterday. It would have been kind of scandalous coming in at some point. So how about you? What do you have that might have been scandalous but now is not?
Well, you know what they say, like mini dresses. Now, women can wear, dresses so that like upper thigh, and that's acceptable. Even in church, you see people where it used to be, no, you had to have your dress below your knee.
Well,
now it's like you can walk around naked.
Well, all I can say is it's America. Women should be able to do what they want on that one, as long as they, come in the ladies' entrance. All right, Henry, there's the ladies' entrance for you, 12th and Mifflin.
All right.
I'd love to do a promotion where maybe the guys have to enter from that at a bar, and then the women can come in the front door, showing the station's foresight and moving forward here.
Yeah.
Okay. I know it's hard to believe that these existed, but they did. All right, so something that was really frowned upon, if not scandalous, and The Simpsons, when you look it up in the beginning, were, people were pushing back on them. There were a lot of things going on with that. And now, acceptable. All right, let's give people, because we have a guest coming up, I'll take a couple more calls. Let's have an update, Henry. How are we doing in the caller of the year, and where do people go and all that to vote easily?
Big movement overnight. Big movement. Yeah. So if we head over to Upper Darby region, where we have Drew squaring off against Zenos. Drew has taken a bit of a commanding lead here. He has, I'd say, Zenos has stayed stagnant, while overnight Drew has raised his voting margin by double digits. So
it's a half Greek vote.
It's the half Greek vote. Yeah. Those half Greeks really turning out at the polls for Drew here. So Drew's got a nice lead building here. A shocker. I mean, a complete stunner and shocker in the Bucks County region here. Yesterday around 2 o'clock, I called out Gary in Newtown for putting on just a pitiful performance in the polls.
Right.
Man, oh man, has he responded. What I thought was going to be a runaway blowout has completely flipped on its head, and Gary in Newtown has a runaway lead over Robert and Ben Salem right now.
I'm noticing
Unbelievable.
That. I'm noticing that. That is, I think he's out there hustling.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, he's pulling a full Scott Presley. He's probably going door to door saying, have you registered to vote? Are you voting?
If Roe gets one more text from him, have you voted yet? I might have to put the clamps on that one.
He's going straight to Roe?
He's going to Roe. He's going to Roe as a voter
This is ridiculous. Yeah,
that's the first lady of talk radio. Come on.
Oh man, yeah, he's really going after it. So Robert,
You
you got to match that energy.
Melania, can I get some more people out of Pennsylvania, Melania? Yeah.
Moving on, in the Joe region, Joe of Columbus still holding steady over Joe of Exton. Got a double-digit lead over Joe of Exton. That's mainly been their MO as far as this contest has gone. And then in the old school, new school region, David and Lexington, same thing. He still has a commanding lead, as he did yesterday, over the Earl of Tacony.
Right, and Newman Price Waterhouse will be here a little bit later in the show. He's got some interesting analytics about people voting from L.A., at least their addresses.
Yeah.
We don't know about if there's some
their IP address.
Their IP address on how that's working. The Chinese vote is what I'm afraid of. You know, the Russian bots are stopped. I don't know about the Chinese.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Gary's buying all these VPNs. He's handing them out left and right.
Yeah,
saying, hey,
Gary.
vote as many
We
times
know
as
you're
you
a
can.
tech guy, and there's something up here. So, all right, Lance in South Philly's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing, Dom?
Good,
afternoon
Lance.
to you.
Afternoon.
Okay, I'm gonna get straight to it. The side question for me is long hair.
Yeah, long hair at one point, but that's been quite a while, right? That it's not been scandalous, or no?
No. You know, still in that corporate world, they still want you to be, you know, high and tight and come appropriate. But for me, I'm gonna stick with. At one time, it was long hair.
Okay, yeah. Well, long hair, obviously. I think it's been years though, where it depends on how long, but you know, I get what he's talking about.
Still cracked down on it in Catholic school.
Yeah,
Couldn't have it below the collar.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, there you
know,
go.
I mean, you know me. I like my hair long. So
Yeah,
it's a problem with me.
All right. Coming up, we are going to talk with State Representative Joe Diorisi. He was with us before. The media, if I had to pick something, you know, if we do this and talk about the media, both hypocrisy and hand on the scales, biggest one I can tell you in Pennsylvania is this. 85% of people in Pennsylvania say boys shouldn't be in girls' sports. Democrats know that, so they refuse to have a vote on it, and they keep on moving the vote from committee to committee. So yesterday, dads defending their daughters went after them in Harrisburg on this. And who is at the heart of doing all this stuff? The big mouth guy, the coward from the suburbs. The guy that I talk about all the time that tells Josh Shapiro what to do. The Norristown representative extraordinaire. So we will we'll talk with him a bit about that, update you on that. Get on board, though, the ladies' entrance, though. To some people, I guess under 30, I don't know about under 40. It's like, what? Women had to come in? Yeah. It was scandalous. Did you see that woman going into the bar through the front door? She's going to be kicked out pretty soon. You won't be served here. And you know what Rachel said, too, Henry? It wasn't a bar there. They went into the back room to be served. They sat at a table.
Yeah.
It was genteel.
Away from everything.
Yeah. I don't know if they could smoke there or not. All right. So it's 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, this is Dom time. A lot of people getting in. I don't know if Joe Diorsi and his, I'm going to ask him anyhow, though. State Rep, he's a good guy. He's been on with us before. He's part of Pennsylvania. Do they have ladies' entrances? All right, I'm sure Democrats would complain about that. You see where I'm going, right, Henry? You see the pivot here. Mm-hmm. Yet, some guy Henry's size coming out and running over top of 10 females in a basketball game or whatever, 5, that would be fine. I mean, doesn't he have a right to play basketball too? And we can't even get a vote on it. I put this up, I nominate this, though, as one of the biggest hypocritical stories, non-stories of the media this year. They won't tell people what's going on in Harrisburg, where they're playing hide the vote, and we can't get a vote on this. Let's have a vote. They know what's going to happen. That's why they won't bring it up for a vote. Let's go to Joe Diorsi. Hey, Joe, welcome in. Where's your region in Pennsylvania? Where do you represent?
Hey, Dom. Thanks for having me again. I am in eastern York County.
Okay. Did you grow up? Did you have ladies' entrances?
No, I did not. And I was an athlete all the way up through college, and we held to the common sense back then, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. No, I meant the bars, Joe. Bars in your area. Did they have a ladies' entrance?
I can't speak to that, Don. Not much experience there.
Well, we're talking about it in a roundabout way, Joe, and I'm just weaving into the conversation of the bad old days when women just couldn't walk into a bar. Democrats would burn it down today. Yet, yesterday we had more frustration with them playing hide the vote. So is Matt Bradford the architect of this, that we can't get a vote on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act?
He could very well be, Dom. I've tried to, shop around for an honest answer in the Democrat caucus. I just can't seem to find one. I think there's definitely a number of ideologues who actually believe, that biological men should be able to dominate our daughters, nieces, and granddaughters. But I think it's a political play. I think it's avoidance. I think it's protecting certain members from needing to make that vote. But like you said, Democrats have been dodging this all session. It's been 225 days that they've delayed a simple vote on protecting our girls.
And one of the guys they're protecting is the governor, who said, folks ought to be able to play how they feel and all that. That's one thing. But if he actually didn't veto it, if he actually went along with that, then that would, or if he vetoed it, either way, Joe, that would be very difficult for his presidential aspirations. So what exactly are they doing? As I understand that they move it from committee to committee, even if it's voted out of committee. What are they doing?
Yeah, so their mechanism, Dom, for avoidance is so we've been proactive on the Republican side. We've had 3 bills, Senate Bill 9, which passed the Senate with 5 Democrats voting in the affirmative, House Bill 158, and the Dads Defending Daughters Act, House Bill 1849. We've been proactive in filing what's called a discharge resolution. So if a bill sits in committee without consideration for 15 session days, we can file a discharge resolution, which means we get 25 signatures, and we qualify to bring that forward to the House for full consideration. What they're doing is, before that time matures to consider it on the House floor, they're quick going back into committee, the committee that it was assigned to, and they're voting to re-refer it to a different committee. Yesterday, they re-referred the Dads Defending Daughters Act and House Bill 158 to the Judiciary Committee. I brought up in committee, this is very obviously an interscholastic sports bill. It's irrelevant to judiciary. But once again, it's just gymnastics to avoid a vote on frankly, an issue, Dom, that's 80-20.
And some of those 80 are Democrats. I've talked to several here in the area, at least 2, that would vote for it because they represent districts. If people saw that, go, what are you doing here? So that's the thing that would be really bad. It's not just you dastardly Republicans. Democrats would vote for it, too.
2/3 of Democrats, according to a New York Times poll earlier this year, are in favor of this idea. So absolutely, Dom.
So what do you guys have to do? I know there was a discharge to try to get it up for a vote. What do you have to do?
So technically, if we continue this, this method of the discharge resolution, we have to wait another 15 days, session days, that is, because it now sits in judiciary. But we're going to travel the state. The other 4 dads that introduced the Dads Defending Daughters bill with me, we're going to travel across the state. Our message is, this has been a women-led initiative for some time, and rightly so, but dads need to get off the pine and get into the game. So we're traveling, we're raising awareness, we're getting people involved.
Joe, what do you say to those? And you've been through all this. They know it's losing, so they're resorted to this. But they say, this is so rare. Don't you guys have something better to do?
That's a common argument, and it's false. In the last numbers I have here, the latest numbers since 2022, and this is just documented cases, 66 girls across the Commonwealth have lost placement or medals in their respective sports. That's not a small number. At our press conference, we had Paula Scanlon, the UPenn swimmer, who faced this situation with Leah Thomas at Penn. We also had a young woman from Lancaster County, just across the river from me, from Hempfield School District, share about her experience. It is no small deal. That's one of the common arguments you hear from the people who are trying to play this down, but it's a large issue indeed.
Do they make the argument, too, that we are condemning someone who's trans to be suicidal, something like that, if they can't play against girls?
I've heard that as well. But, when you get down to brass tacks, this is about hundreds of thousands of Pennsylvania girls that are being deprived of opportunity, like my soon-to-be 8-year-old. And, look, suicide and mental health is an epidemic amongst Gen Z. It's not specific to this.
No, without a doubt. And I do like the dad's angle. So you guys are going to be going on tour on this then, Joe. And during the presidential campaign, what we found was not only is it 80-20, but the reluctant voter hears this, and then they want to know, all right, which party is it that wants to have boys going against girls here? Because it motivates them to vote. I think that's really why this is so politically potent.
Yeah, and it's a common sense thing. It transcends party, like I had said already. 2/3 of Democrats, a higher proportion of independents. And this is something, Dom, politically that could come to a head for Governor Shapiro, especially if he has aspirations, for a POTUS run. This is the guy that called us extreme, and this is the guy that's probably at least a little bit involved with blocking this bill coming up for a vote.
Matt Bradford, every time I have somebody on, Joe, from Harrisburg, from the president pro tempore, yesterday I talked to Stacey Garrity, they all talk about this guy, Matt Bradford, who used to come on the show, and we would duke it out. It was enjoyable. He won't come on anymore. What is his power base in the Democrat Party? He just doesn't seem to be, somebody that fits the mode to be leading, and I think being a big force moving Shapiro around at times.
Well, it's my understanding, Dom, interestingly, that those two don't really see eye to eye. So I don't know how that relationship is now, but yeah, well, he holds his party with a tight leash. Very very much collective thinkers on that side of the aisle, whereas with the Republicans, we hear from our leadership, but on certain matters, you can't control us. But very very political thinker. There's very few instances where I would say he's in it to do the right thing or to help his constituents. Very uber political.
Well, Joe, thank you. Thanks for the great work. Keep us in the loop when you're going to be in the Philadelphia area. We certainly want to publicize that, talk some more about it. Have a great Christmas if we don't speak until then. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Dom. Same to you. Merry Christmas.
All right, there's Representative Joe Diorsi. So, again, the media is the big story here to me. More public pressure to say, how can you keep on moving something this simple up or down around from committee to committee? 225 days they've done it. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up, we got two of the people up to be three, the caller of the year on board. We'll hear from them. Remember, you can vote. Just go to Dom Show 1210. Thanks to Newman Price for setting this up. You can vote right there at Dom Show 1210. And Friday, it'll be up until 1 o'clock Friday. You can vote on the Elite Eight. Then we'll announce the Final Four at 1 o'clock. So anybody you want to influence, get going right now. These races are not as tight as we would like them. A little bit unexpected.
Yeah,
they're kind of runaways.
Yeah.
Well,
let's call them out. Yeah, get those votes in. Let's go.
Come on, Robert.
Friendsof1210.com/Dom Show.
There you go. Gary of Newtown there, and that's the one where the most votes are.
100%.
Yeah. Big voting block there. Okay, it's 855-839-1210. You can get in. I can't tell you yet when the vote in the House will be, but is Brian Fitzpatrick thinking, look, I'll look like a good guy here. I usurp Johnson. We have the vote. It gets to 218. But the Senate's not really going to go for it. And everybody in Bucks County will say, at least Brian tried. 3-year extension of Obamacare. Come on. I get it. Something has to be done here. I hope President Trump says something about it tonight. All right, we'll get to more calls, though, coming up at 855-839-1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report. 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Hugh Douglas here. Make your tailgated holidays count with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey at your local fine wine and good spirit stores. You can save $3 on 1.7-liter bottles of Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey, along with Tennessee Honey and Fire. Also take advantage of additional holiday savings with $2 off Gentleman Jack 750s and the new Jack Daniel's Coca-Cola Variety 6-pack of ready-made drink cocktails in a can. Stock up now at your local fine wine and good spirit stores this holiday season. Celebrate responsibly.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
The Wrap Up the Year sales event is happening now at Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Right now, lease a new 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Altitude X for just $369 a month for 36 months. Need something bigger? Get a new 2025 Ram truck with 0% financing for 72 months. Or a new 2026 Ram truck with 0% financing for 60 months. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to learn more. Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar. All week, Monday through Friday at TMT Casper Gold in Cherry Hill. Go to tmtcaspergold.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Matt Rooney's on the show today, right, Henry, at 1:30. Oh, correct. I can feel that he's got a bib on. I have a bib. Oh, the saliva drip. We told you, Mikey Sherrill, Democrats, over in Medford. I got to check, Matt, if you're listening, check. How did Medford vote? Did they all come out to get at Trump? Because heated town hall last night in Medford Township. I like Medford because Medford now is required to add 171 affordable housing units. Okay? Now, Medford's not that big. Here's the kicker. The meeting said the requirement will necessitate building nearly 800 additional market rate homes to subsidize the affordable units. Remember we talked about this. Mike, the guy we bring on, and we can't give his last name, the Wake Up NJ guy, has been all over this for quite a while. So into a nice town like Medford, they describe it as a lose-lose situation, saying they share residents' concerns about overdevelopment, but are required to comply with the state court-mandated affordable housing obligations or risk lawsuits from developers. Well, Democrats are always telling us, the developers, the open spaces. I'm looking out on Medford right now on YouTube. Oh, I see open spaces. Let's get some houses in there. Affordable. Look, I don't care what Merriam-Webster. DJ's trying to convince me to talk about this, Henry. They just said the word of the year is slop. All these dictionaries, they like to slop over,
Oh, yeah.
They're all missing it. The word of this year and the word of 2026 is affordability.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to say, affordable. So affordable housing. Boy, it's quite a workout here.
Yes.
Let me try that again.
Standing up, getting the arms going.
Yeah. 800 houses in Medford Township. We'll have to look up the size. I'm sure Matt has it on the back of his hand written down somewhere. 800 they have to add. How many of you people in Medford or Medford Township, I don't know if they vote as a township or as a town. Henry, if you could look it up, then just Medford Township. I bet Mikey Sherrill won. Even though it's vaguely Republican in my mind, Mikey Sherrill probably won, not Jack Cettarelli. So Medford, keep on voting for Democrats. Keep on looking the other way. Now they're going to have to put in 800 houses in order to subsidize the so-called affordable houses. Yeah, but I can't afford to be making the subsidies for affordable housing. You mustn't have gotten the memo. That's what Democrats want. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Pretty good today. Medford.
I want to go back a segment and go to the women,
yes.
the men in women's sports. How many did you say? 62? I think it was 62.
66 lost medals
66.
replacement, yes.
Now, they didn't lose medals replacement. A lot of those lost money. They lost their money.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, Gary, and what's more disgusting is they won't allow it to come up for a vote, and the media doesn't want to hammer that point. On anything else, they would.
We should crush Shapiro just on that.
Yep, exactly right. So what do you have on your side today?
So on my side today, it echoes the woman caller with the door out back, right? The woman's door in the back of the bar?
Yes.
So when I was in high school, this is scripted. I have to write stuff down for you. When I was in high school, there used to be some mystery about what that girl is wearing, but not anymore because I know exactly what she's wearing. She's wearing a thong. It's pink. It's fluorescent. And I can see it because it's right through her spandex pants because she picked out the spandex pants to make sure you can see the color.
The whale tail. Yes, there we go.
The whale tail. It's preferred dress now. It's not necessarily can't do it. That's the way they shop. Let's look in the mirror. Can you see my butt? Yeah, I can. I'll take those. Give me 2 pair.
Thank you, Gary. All right. I don't know. I thought he'd be in favor of that. He wants voters to be on his side.
He sounded like that was a bad thing.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, Gary. Voters.
That's going to cost votes right there.
That's Robert Jump on that. You pledge. You're going to be all on the thong. You're on the thong side.
I've got your Medford numbers here.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So I'm not sure what the difference is between Medford Lakes Borough and Medford Township.
Okay.
Medford Lakes Borough voted Mikey Sherrill, but 1,201 to 1040.
Right.
Medford Township as a whole voted Mikey Sherrill 6,468 to 6,198. So pretty tight one.
Don't give them credit, though. They still.
I mean, they still. Yeah,
all right. You know what I'm going to do, Henry? I'm going to be nice. I'm looking out on Medford. This is my new thing here with YouTube. Here, I'm looking out. Hey, Medford Township. Henry's right. You were pretty close. You're only going to have to build 799 houses over the next few years. We had a nice big backyard here. You're not going to have that. Democrats
270 votes stood between that and, the housing.
The housing.
350
there
houses.
you go. If your neighbor voted for that, tell them when they put that affordable house in your block. All right. We got the White House Deputy Press Secretary. What is the president going to be talking about tonight? Keep the calls coming. And Medford, I'm looking at you. I'm not standing up this time, but I can see you out there on Talk Radio 1210.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-568-2790. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-568-2790. That's 800-568-2790. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-568-2790.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. I want you to come away with me to stunningly beautiful Portugal for 10 days next spring. If you've loved our past events, go to conservativetours.com. This one is the best ever in my opinion. We will spend these days together touring the wineries, rivaling the best in Europe, private Portuguese escort for the event along with 4-star accommodations. 5738, yes, that includes your airfare from Philadelphia, the Bellum Tower, Geronimo's Monastery, the fun of just strolling Alfama's cobblestone passages just brimming with those seafood restaurants, Abidos and Fatima, the elegance of Coimbra. Call now, 888-733-9494. Conservativetours.com, Spain and Italy. What an incredible trip. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
A burning home collapses in Camden and a firefighter trying to put out the flames suffered minor injuries. Pennsylvania state lawmakers say federal loopholes are allowing people to place bets online on everything from politics to pop culture. And Philly foodies could see a surge in outdoor restaurant seating on sidewalks under a bill passed by City Council.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
The year's almost over. Now is the perfect time to refresh the rooms you use the most with Kitchen Magic. This December, take 30% off kitchen cabinet refacing and 50% off bathroom installations. Huge savings right when you need them. And here's the best part. You can lock in 2025 pricing before the new year, so your dream kitchen or bath stays affordable no matter when you start your project. Kitchen Magic is family-owned, proudly made in the USA, and completely tariff-proof, bringing you quality you can trust since 1979. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make your home holiday ready before these savings disappear.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
It is time. Big issues, big guests. President Trump tonight. Rare speech from the Oval Office in prime time, I think at 9 o'clock. We're going to talk with the Deputy Press Secretary about some of the rationale for this. They've released a couple things as far as what the president might be talking about tonight after we had VP Vance here in the Delaware Valley. Let's go to Deputy Press Secretary Kush Desai here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kush, welcome back. I think you covered Pennsylvania during the campaign.
That's right. I was there for the Trump campaign, and then after the voters of Pennsylvania sent us back to the White House, I'm calling you here from the White House now.
What's it like in the White House today? Is it very spirited, Christmas mood, that type of thing?
It's very Christmas spirited, but also, as usual, very, very busy. So
Yeah.
we're staying alive here.
So as we understand it tonight, in broad terms, the president is going to address accomplishments of this year and then give a preview of what's in the pipeline for next year. Is that what the rationale is?
That's exactly right. I think, look, turning around Joe Biden's economic disaster has been a day one priority for President Trump. It's something he talked about consistently on the campaign trail and all those rallies he did in Pennsylvania. And so that's been something we have been working on literally since day one when he signed a bunch of executive orders to unleash American energy and slash regulations on drilling, to lower food prices. And so that's what we've been working on. I think that's what President Trump will be talking about and all the results that we have delivered so far to hopefully put turn the page on Joe Biden's economic crisis.
Anything, and Kush, I don't expect a specific, but anything in general, do you think there'll be some new policy initiative or something emphasized? I know the big, beautiful bill would be, and what's going to kick in around that? Hey, just if you're talking to the big guy and put in his ear, I want more emphasis on the fact that we're going to let parents and kids choose their schools, thanks to President Trump and Republicans in the big, beautiful bill.
That's exactly right. I think he'll be going over the long list of accomplishments that this administration has secured in the past year. I think the big, beautiful bill, it sounds like it's just one thing, but when you look at the totality of what that bill accomplished, you mentioned school choice, but also tax cuts, the Trump accounts, which will build wealth for the next generation of children that private companies are now investing in. When you look at the full equipment expensing provision, which allows companies to invest more easily here in the United States, to manufacture more and hire more here in the United States. When you kind of look at the full totality of this, I mean, this was on rural healthcare to fund rural healthcare facilities. When you look at the totality of this, I mean, this was it's not just one bill. It's a dozen plus bills that were each historic in their own way that were lumped into this big, huge accomplishment. And that's just one thing that we've done. I mean, when you look at the trillions of dollars in investments that the President Trump has secured from foreign and domestic companies to make and hire in America, when you look at the regulations that we've cut, when you look at, things like egg prices, look at gas prices being at 5-year lows. I mean, there's just a lot of accomplishments here. We've made a lot of progress, like I said. I mean, obviously there's a lot more work to do, but we've made a lot of progress, I think, turning the page on the previous 4 years of disaster.
Because you just said, so I wonder, is it going to be specific? You said egg prices, right?
Yes. Egg prices, I mean, when you look across the board, I mean, when you look at, for instance, what we did on the CAFE standards for cars, and that'll probably we're estimating that'll slash the price of cars by $1,000. So there's so many things here that we have done that the cake isn't fully baked because we haven't yet, we're still seeing the results of the things we've done, actually affect, everyday Americans' bottom lines. And I think we'll be teasing a little more about what we're going to continue to do on all of these fronts to continue delivering more economic relief for the American people, but also kind of lay the groundwork here for a longer-term restoration of American greatness.
Now, I don't know if you guys would talk and say, do you center in on a consensus? What's the biggest accomplished to me? It's shutting down the border, checking that box, delivering on something that people, as you know and I know, said was impossible. Every metric that we use, it is historic what's happened at the border.
Absolutely. And the thing with the border is that it's not just, and this is a great example of something where I think the American people are still haven't fully seen the benefits of. I mean, during the Biden era, you had tens of millions of people completely unvetted just walk right into our country. And what happened? They were flooding into our cities. They were driving up rent and real estate prices because, you have to have a place to live. They were driving down wages for American workers, especially young people who were trying to get their first job, in high school or in college or right out of school to get their start and start on their careers. And plus, that's on top of, issues like crime, the issues like schools being overburdened with children who don't, speak English at all. And then the schools would have to have special resources dedicated to them. When you see illegal immigrants crowd emergency rooms, which crowd out American citizens who actually need health care, and drive the cost of healthcare. So there's so many cascading effects of illegal immigration that closing the border, it sounds like it's just a box we ticked, but the benefits of the fruits of that major accomplishment, I think, are going to continue to pay off in the years to come here.
Without a doubt. Kush, thanks for the preview very much. Have a great Christmas. If we don't speak again, it's good to have you on again.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well.
Kush Desai here on Talk Radio 1210 from the White House, previewing what's going to happen tonight on my Twitter at DomShow1210. I said the border, and for the reasons we talked about, not just the border, but what Vance is very good at talking about, housing and how it affects housing. All right, right before the end of the last hour, though, then I'm going to go to someone over in Lumberton who has the very same thing. What would happen if Jack Ciattarelli, Medford, were elected governor? He would be fighting this, at least delaying tactics. He would be fighting mandate, his attorney, whatever. They would be fighting that Medford is going to have to put in 800 houses to subsidize the 171 affordable housing units that are put in there. Who says Medford needs affordable housing put in? Democrats, progressives, all the way back to Mount Laurel. Then they keep on reaffirming it. What is Mikey Sherrill going to do? She'll be out there digging the, with the shovel and the hard hat on for each one of them probably. Yeah, that's what you're going to get, overdevelopment. Well, wait a minute. I thought Democrats were against that. They want open spaces and all this. No, Medford. You got to get your mind right here. They want government regulation. They don't want you living in a place like Medford. You're getting away with something because you are not bringing in people who can't afford to be there. I don't know how affordable the affordable houses will be or what they'll look like. I don't think there'll be an uptick for the neighborhood. Think Section 8 in the suburbs. And to boot, so then the town, to cover that, it's got to put in 700 or so more houses. Is that good to live in Medford with that? No, it's not. This is what you get. Yeah, but Jack Ciattarelli, the price of eggs was too much. I hate Trump. You heard the numbers. Medford Lake, all those places. Who did they go for? Mikey Sherrill. I don't care if you went by Mikey Sherrill for a vote. You went for Mikey Sherrill. So what's your beef? Why are all these people going nuts at the town hall last night? What are you going nuts about? Why are you complaining? You ought to be welcoming the affordable housing and the other 700 units that you have to put into that space. This is what Democrats do. This is what they will always do. Now, progressives more so, but the others are just enablers. They will bring this to your community. That's what they're going to do. Now, I don't know if this is happening in Mikey Sherrill's community. All I know is when I see windmills, the Kennedys fought it. You don't see windmills on the compound there in Hyannisport, do you? Let's put a windmill in front of Mikey Sherrill's house. Let's see how she likes it. Yeah, but the birds, I don't care about that. It's amazing to me. Yeah, but she's going to make things affordable. That'll make up for it. We won't need those affordable houses. Oh, no, you're getting them anyhow. I love this in Medford. I feel sorry for the people that get it, that live in Medford. But guess what? We were outvoted if you were in Jersey. Beverly's in Lumberton. I know Lumberton pretty well. Henry, I went to the ripcord there. Thank God I didn't jump out of that plane. We never would have had me for talk radio. It could have been a Jim O'Brien story. Beverly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bev, welcome. Good afternoon.
Hi, Dom. You hit the nail on the head. Everything you said is absolutely right. And Jack Ciattarelli was going to fight this. It's the liberal New Jersey Supreme Court ruling from 40 years ago, and there's not a damn thing that anybody can do about it until I think everybody in Jersey should take this back and appeal it and go to the New Jersey Supreme Court. I think Chris Christie tried it.
He might have, and that means putting people on the court when you have the shot that are not going to be the radicals that a Mikey Sherrill would put on there.
I'm so disappointed in New Jersey. Born and raised here, always been a conservative, and I cannot believe that they put that woman in there. She's not going to. It's absolutely. We have exact similar situation. Right now, as we speak, we're going to have 800 homes just a mile down the street from me in order to put in our round 4 obligation of 100 homes. And to boot, it's building back-to-back to a development of similar numbers that is in its final stages of being built.
Wait a minute, Beverly, slow down. Just sorry, but you're going to put 800 more homes into Lumberton?
Oh, yeah, right down on Ayerstown Road. There's a total of 400 acres. To about 200 of it is wetlands. They're going to preserve that. And the other 200 acres, Ayerstown and Route 38, right behind the Walmart area, there's currently a similar affordable housing right there now as we speak. They're finishing up, well, not close, but three-quarters probably built. We now have 3- and 4-story apartment buildings there. It's mixed development. It's horrible, absolutely horrible. And I cannot understand the people of New Jersey still voting for all the people in Trenton, the Democrats, and what they've done to the state, and they're forcing this down our throats. Nobody wants it. I listened to one of our attorneys last week when the committee voted the ordinance to make it what's called a redevelopment zone. And the problem is, if the township does not do its obligation, it does not show that it's doing its obligation, there's something called the builder's remedy, where the builder can come in and pick any piece of ground in your town and throw away the zoning and build whatever he wants, wherever he wants.
Wow.
And the biggest builder in the United States, H.R. Horton, is doing this building. And it's a disgrace, absolutely disgrace. And the people of New Jersey, the Democrats of New Jersey, they're at the meeting complaining. I've talked to them. They hate it. And they have no idea. They're so stupid that they keep voting the same people in again.
There we go. It's all fine when it's in somebody else's backyard. Merry Christmas, Beverly. Thank you for that. Did you hear that? The developers wrinkle here. And they go, I think we'll put it in Mikey Sherrill's backyard. Yeah, let's see that. Why continue to do it? Because we hate Trump. We want to get at Trump. Now, Jack Ciattarelli would have fought this. He would have put people on the Supreme Court when he had the chance. In the other courts, the Attorney General, I think he would have made Dawn Fantasia the head of the Department of Education. Not that I'm looking at that just for talk radio. Would give her a permanent seat here every week. Yeah, sit there, Dawn, in the Dawn Fantasia seat to update us. She would have been great. But, oh, no, Mikey Sherrill said affordability. All right. Yeah, what does it take for them to stop voting this way? And the answer is just to outnumber them. I mean, some of these people are for life. They're going to vote Democrat for life. I can't explain. Can anyone explain to me how these people in Northeast Philadelphia are not in revolt? You know what I'm talking about. Due to illegal immigration, suddenly Lincoln has double, I think it is, the number of kids going there. What do? Put the entire freshman class in trailers. Do I see parents out there blocking this, screaming, doing whatever? I see a few. But they're going to show up and vote. They just want to know, what Democrat do I vote for? That's what they want to do. They probably voted for Krasner. This is what you're up against. So the only thing you can do in the areas where there's rationality is overwhelm them, try to block them, try to hem them in. Problem is, Philadelphia is not so much a problem anymore. It's the suburbs where the Looney Tunes are. Somebody told me yesterday maybe Diane Marseglia out in Bucks County might be retiring. Come on, Diane, you're taking away all my good material. Scott Presler's in mourning today. Presler's looking past 2026. He's not looking at the presidential race. He's looking at the Marseglia race. Yeah. He's bringing in all of his forces from around the world to defeat her. Yeah, but Scott, what about the presidency? I'm too busy down right now. I got to win Bucks County. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210. Do you vote right now? Caller of the year. Do you see any upticks, Henry, since we've come on?
I do. I was just looking at this.
Yeah.
So I'd say the Upper Darby region between Drew and Zenos, and then the old school, new school between Earl and David have stayed largely the same.
Okay.
The other two, however, I've noticed a little bit. Gary in Newtown has a commanding lead over Robert and Ben Salem still, but he is inching his way back in.
Here we go, Gary. Stop texting Roe.
Yeah.
Roe, don't accept
that
text.
I've noticed Gary's vote total hasn't really gone up today. However, Roberts has over the course of this morning and into today's show. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe Gary burned out too early. Who knows?
Yes. Look at the early vote shenanigans by Gary, and now the Patriots of Robert of Bensalem are showing up at the polls.
Yeah, and then don't look now. Joe of Exton slowly creeping back in as well.
The Byzantine
Joe
vote.
of Columbus.
Yeah.
So yeah, about the same thing right here. Their vote totals have gone up over the show. Everyone else has largely stayed the same. So
all right, here's how to get in. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon. I love this. I'm sad for the agony over in Jersey. You know why I love it? It's what we always say. Why do you continue to vote for these people? Yeah, but she's going to stop the electric bills. Yeah, you're going to have 800 homes on top of you. Lumberton, Medford. Well, Democrats said open spaces. Well, you heard what they said. Oh, the wetlands will be there just for the animals and all. Yeah, but I'm looking at a 4-story building over there in Medford. I got to stand up more, Dan. I hope this chair doesn't go.
yeah, seriously.
Am I
Get up on the desk while you're at
it. Where's? Oh my God! It's 8 stories in Medford. All right, more coming up on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you land. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in a 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal. We win by keeping our family of employees working in the cold months, and you win by getting the best pricing we can offer with an added 10-year warranty and rebates. Manufacturer pricing is going up this January, so let's win together. Schedule an estimate today with CNC, your local Lennox dealer, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through the end of 2025. 0% financing available.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. The fixation of some with Dan Bongino. Do I think he is going to be pulling out sometime imminent as Deputy Director FBI? Yes, I do. I think you go back to podcasting, talk radio, etc. But man, the New York Times and others is like a Bongino clock. They're saying he's sending knickknacks back home to Florida. That's a tell. He's clearing out his desk of all the knickknacks. I saw 5 less knickknacks there.
Does this guy have a lot of knickknacks on his desk? That's,
yeah.
I guess that's the bigger headline.
Here are how tells work. So when I first started here, we were at the old building over on Monument Avenue, Henry, when I started at Talk Radio 1210. And they had the pictures of all the hosts up on the wall when you walk into the right of the studio.
Mm-hmm.
And the janitor knocked over Don Imus's picture. He was a morning drive host, if you can imagine, because the glass broke. And they put it in a room where they kept you if you were dismissed or somebody knocked over a picture.
Right, yeah.
Immediately, the station was getting hundreds of calls of the country for people applying for the morning drive show because the Imus picture was down. The New York Times, knickknacks. Bongino sending out knickknacks. Yeah. All right. Joe is in Columbus, New Jersey. I'm not sure if they get affordable housing there or not, but he's doing pretty well. You know, last year he was a close finisher. This was like 2020 for him in a heated race with Scott of Mount Laurel. We're going to have a Jersey Caller of the Year again. Let's go to Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon. Dom, we've had that. I call it the Mount Laurel Act. We had it. I mean, we have a bedroom community. We're about 15 minutes north of Medford. We had that Mount Laurel impact to a very, very minor degree. They put in some small houses, but it raised the bejesus out of our taxes. I'm talking like $3,000 in 2 years. So what I want to say to Medford, all the Medford Blue voters is, welcome to the new Delco, people, because you just voted it in.
Yeah, and Joe, they're going to say, well, what happened to the open spaces and all that? Well, Democrats turn on a dime. This is the big thing across Jersey. It's already a state that's really on top of each other, as you know, and now we're going to make it more so.
And, you know, Don, there's two Medfords. There's Medford Lakes and there's Medford Township. They're almost like, you know, diametrically opposed. Very, very artsy-fartsy in the lakes. But the township, surprisingly, should have been red and should have really, you know, over-encompassed Medford Lakes. And it didn't. And it was very, very surprising. There's a lot of money in Medford.
Yeah, I thought Medford was not red, but moving toward red. All my years, Joe, I'm talking with them. And I know what you're saying about the lakes, but they both went for Mikey Sherrill.
I know. It was very, very surprising. You had a lot of Philadelphia Phillies over the years, and Eagles live in Medford. You know, it's a very upscale area. You know, they should have a capitalist fabric, and I can't understand why they don't.
Hey, Joe, by the way, that you mentioned that, we tracked this down. Animal Farm now, the new Animal Farm movie, the billionaire is the villain in this, the capitalist, and he drives a cyber truck. And they say, well, maybe he's like Elon Musk. Animal Farm now being taken over. The capitalist is the enemy.
Oh boy, how they can conjure up that you know, oh my God, how they can conjure that up. What would have happened if Elon Musk never jumped over to our side? What would Animal House look like?
Yeah, well, look, the proposition of a film out of Animal House, not something I want to go see to start with, Joe, but if they make the capitalist, not the communist, the enemy, and my review's already in on this. This is dead on arrival.
And we had to read that book along in 1984 back in grammar school, Catholic grammar school. You know, it told us a story. Now the story's flip-flopped, I guess. You know, thanks to our wonderful authors and so forth.
What's your side today, Joe?
My side is, and I remember my dad, when I was younger, we'd sit there and watch movies, you know, and when we got cable, the language changed. And my dad would always sit there shaking his head like, how can you make musicals like Brigadoon today without this salty language? How can you make you know, the Music Man today? How'd they ever survive, is what he said, without using this salty language? And with that, I thought about the transformation of music, you know. And I thought, to me, it began, my first curse word I ever heard in music was with Steve Miller. They had two versions of Big Old Jet Airliner. Right. They had the AM version that said, you know, funky kicks in the city. Then you had the FM version that had funky blank in the city. And then since then, it's just gotten like downright ugly. And I can still remember my son 4 or 5 years ago with the headphones on, you know, getting ready to come out to the football field with the bang, bang, bang music and with the F-bomb just blaring through his headphones. And whenever he had that music on in the house with the headphones and the F-bomb came out, he'd look over at me like, you know, with big eyes like, oh, you know, Dad, you didn't hear that, did you?
Good one, Joe. Thank you. By the way, I would fire the head coach of the Giants for overuse of the F-bomb watching Hard Knocks. It's a sign of a guy who's in over his head.
I mean,
it's like every nanosecond he's got to say it.
Well, he was already fired, so there you go.
Oh, was he?
Well, I mean,
no, the new guy. It's not a new.
He's gone. He's not staying. There's no shot. He's an interim coach. There's no shot.
Well, I would take the interim out of there. My God, it was embarrassing.
I would take the whole thing. Interim coach,
you watch
the whole
that,
thing.
and you're thinking, we can't beat this guy? Oh, my God. Oh, by the way, let's play Mike Francesca, New York's finest. It's cut 18, I think, Henry.
I got it.
Here is Trump is the most consequential president in our lifetimes, maybe ever, day to day. Big stuff, too, but day to day. Listen to this about why the Mets traded, I'd say, one of their top 5 to 8
most
players.
beloved player. I'll say that much.
Yeah, they seem like a good guy to me and a good hitter and played well in the outfield. For a second baseman, DJ Scouting Report says is not as good as this guy.
Yeah.
To please the shortstop who doesn't like Trump. Listen to this.
My understanding is that Lindor and Soto was never a buddy. It was never Soto and Judge. Soto loved Judge. Judge went out of his way to treat Soto very well in every way. He was a wonderful teammate. Soto loved Judge. And my understanding is Lindor and Soto got off on the wrong foot when Lindor did not call him and welcome him to the team. But it was never that they couldn't play together or anything major. The Nimmo Lindor thing, my understanding, was political. Had to do with Trump. One side liked Trump, one side didn't like Trump.
Oh, my God.
So Trump's splitting up between Nimmo and Lindor. That's my understanding. It started over.
Yeah, one guy, Nimmo, gave $1,000 to Trump.
I believe he's the only MLB player from Wyoming as well.
Oh, well, there's that.
Yeah.
And they trade away a guy. Imagine here in Philadelphia trying to win a championship, whatever it might be. Oh, just imagine it's football. Yeah, we had to trade to Trump. Philadelphia might support that until they lost. Then there might be trouble. You know, you can be for Trump. Has any president ever, to our knowledge, I don't see that, caused something like this? Other presidents, Roosevelt, World War II, consequential. But Trump, in his own way, is more consequential day-to-day relations. Think about it this Christmas. People not getting together because one likes Trump vaguely or not. The other hates him. Not going to happen. What's the lesson to Medford? Oh, Matt Rooney's in the bullpen, ready to go. He's got that new hat. At least on his Twitter he did. Don't blame me. I voted for Jack. There you go. We're going to see that hat around. And people in Medford, do they connect the dots? They think stuff like this just doesn't happen. Jack Chitterelli would have fought that to the end. Mikey Sherrill would be cutting ribbons in Medford, lecturing in that voice, that tepid voice about, well, don't people deserve to have an affordable home? By the way, Henry, do you think this is worse than Habertown? What do you think the median in Medford? I think it's more than 500. The median housing price. That's a big
I would
market.
say more than 500. Yeah, sure.
More than Habertown. Yeah. All right. Phone lines, 855-839-1210. Get in on the side question today. Something that used to be really frowned upon, now not really. And the ladies' entrance to the bar, they're still out there. I don't know if there's any in Jersey. You can see them all over South Philly, Port Richmond, places like that. You know, it's no big deal. They're part of the architecture. 855-839-1210. Hey, my good friend, personal dental specialist and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, has exciting news to share. His daughter, Dr. Emily Bentz, has successfully challenged and completed her board certification. That's no small feat. Now, with over 11 years of training, 33 years of experience between them, it's thrilling to know that Dr. Emily Bentz joins Dr. Bentz in providing the best in customized and innovative care for the most complex dental cases, like mine, in addition to the exceptional general dentistry services provided by Dr. Sarah Cooley Bentz. It's a true family affair. So when you have an issue that requires highly specialized care or perhaps a second opinion, I encourage you, just do what I did. Get that initial evaluation. We're getting near the end of the year. Still have some dental benefits? Get that evaluation now. Check it out with Dr. Bentz, the Bentz Dental Group. 610-272-6949. Or visit their website, Bentz Dental, B-E-N-T-Z, BentzDentalGroup.com.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
David DeFranco, and I became a client of Crash Proof in 2014. What led me to Crash Proof retirement was the crash in 2008. I lost $300,000 in my portfolio, and I made a promise to myself I would never let this happen again, and that's when I looked into Crash Proof. I've been very happy with it ever since. Never lost a dime, only ever gained. The interest you gain is more than enough to cover any inflation and expenses. Now that the stock market is up, it's the best time to come into Crash Proof because I enjoy the gains, but I don't have to worry about the losses.
Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event happening at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, January 14th by calling 800-722-9728 or by visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Get ready, it's the Hester Chevrolet year-end sales event. Lease the new 2026 Chevy Trax 1RS just $279 a month, or the 2026 Chevy Equinox LT just $339 a month, or get power and performance for $399 a month in the 2026 Silverado 1500 LT. Visit Hester Chevrolet of Philadelphia or check us out online at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Check off the wish list with instant savings and free battery offers on select Steel tools. Shop online or in store. Steel.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, before we go to Matt Rooney, it's not just Medford. Congratulations to all of you in Bucks County who just hated Trump so much you overwhelmed everything, because Diane Merseglia and her mini-me, Bob Harv DeGrasse Harvey, just told us they're raising your property taxes by 8% more in Bucks County. Keep on voting Democrats. Wait a minute, Henry. I can look at it, Bucks County. I see a big 8% figure there. This chair's not going to withstand the sledge. I can feel it going already. All right.
Got to get up on the table next.
Yeah, a lot to catch up with Matt. Particularly, I saw on his Twitter, the hat, don't blame me. I voted for Jack. Let's go to Matt Rooney here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Matt, welcome in.
Dom, thanks for having me. I'm a little dispirited because moving to Bucks County was always my New Jersey escape plan. Every New Jerseyan has to have one.
Yes.
And now that's going in the wrong direction. So
yeah. Well, Matt, we've spent time talking about you and putting on a bid for the Saliva. Medford last night, which Medford and Medford Lakes went for Mikey Sherrill, now has to build 800 houses to make up for the 171 below market value houses. And if they don't, the developers get to choose where they're going to do it.
Yeah, and Jack Ciattarelli ran against this system where the courts impose these completely detached from reality quotas for affordable housing on New Jersey communities. I mean, yes, we need affordable housing, but take it from a lawyer. Just because you have a black robe doesn't mean you know anything about planning and about the housing market. And so the end result is you have these small communities, which these are relatively small towns, that get saddled with these massive obligations. Jack wanted to scrap this entire system. Mikey Sherrill is going to go along business as usual. It's one of the things that drives our cost of living here in the Garden State. And back to your theme here, Dom, I don't know how much more my fellow residents need to see and how much more they need to be impacted before they can say, you know what, I get it. I have TDS. I hate the orange man. But goodness gracious, I need to stop cutting off my own nose, despite my face, hurting my family, hurting my community, just because I don't like the President of the United States. I mean, can we get there? How do we get there? I don't have the answers, Dom. If I did, I could be one of these multi-million-dollar consultants, and I'd be retiring, probably not to Bucks County, likely someplace with palm trees.
But, Matt, you struck it on election night or thereabouts by talking about the fact in the analysis she had the resources to hit home early on. She was going to stop it cold, the electricity rates, which brings us to the Attorney General. You have a nugget on her. I'll let you have in a second. My nugget is she said in her statement, which she got appointed, she's going to ensure affordability. How does an Attorney General ensure affordability?
Yeah, isn't that interesting? It's like the guy checking you out at McDonald's telling you he's going to help you work on your weight loss. Like, I don't understand. What Attorney Generals in New Jersey do is they run up our bill in recent years by just suing the administration in Washington, D.C. endlessly with the goal of trying to advance their own political careers within the Democrat Party. Again, it's all about the TDS at this point in time on the Dem side of the aisle. So I have no idea, Dom. The promise to, quote-unquote, take on PJM rather, and make freeze your electric bill during the election didn't make any sense at the time. There's no way, since we buy our energy through a market, that you can artificially freeze an electric bill. You can defer the costs, which we tried to do in the early 90s in New Jersey, but you still end up having to eventually pay anyway, and the electric bills continue to rise unless you can build more power plants. So I don't know, maybe the Attorney General designate here Jennifer Davenport. Maybe she's an architect. Maybe she has a degree in electrical or nuclear engineering that I'm not aware of, and she's going to spend her time building power plants. Maybe that's the plan. It'd be a little unorthodox for an AG.
Yeah.
But again, it's the theme, Dom. Like, Democrats have figured out in states like New Jersey that they don't have to make sense anymore. Nobody's going to check their math except for Save Jersey and 1210 WPHT. They can make any sort of ridiculous promise, and the suburbs will go along with it because they have Trump derangement syndrome. Further compounded by the craziness, and I don't want to bury the lead here. You mentioned a minute ago, Cheryl said she's going to take on the utility companies. She was deputy counsel for PSE&G, for God's sake.
Exactly. So how does that work? Why that choice other than she's a buddy? It's ideology. How does that play with the power company? Doesn't that help them?
Yeah, I mean, it's deep state stuff, right? Like when I moderated one of the Republican primary gubernatorial debates earlier in the year, Senator John Bramnick from North Jersey, a Republican in name only, when asked by me whether, the deep state was real, he laughed at me, Dom. He said, no, it's not a real thing. Well, this is a clear example of how it is real, that no matter what these politicians run on, the same powerful organizations, both in and out of government, PSE&G is something that kind of straddles the line there, right, still end up with their people in the door, having a say in policy. The Attorney General has announced that she's going to divest herself of her PSE&G stock. She's going to recuse herself from any PSE&G impactful issues or litigation that come through her office. If you really believe that having their former attorney that close to the governor isn't going to have an impact on policy, then I've got a bridge to sell you. It just ain't going to happen, folks. But this is why elections have consequences, and this is why people have to set their feelings aside about national politics when they're making decisions in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. When you don't do that, you end up with the kind of ridiculous results that we're about to have to live with in places like Bucks County or here in South Jersey.
Does it make us feel better? And I'm not saying you and I are ignoring it, but I come down this election sitting here, Matt, you were out there in the headquarters. She's so, you guys saw her up close, Mikey Sherrill. She was so tepid to me. I couldn't even get the juices fully going like you, Rich, et cetera, that it really came down to, we want to tear at Trump. We're going to come out and boost her. And the Trump voters just will not come out unless he starts to do something to motivate them when he's not on the ballot. 13 points, I think 10 of it are due to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely fair to say, Dom, that the reason Jack lost by the margin he did had everything to do with what's happening at 30,000 feet. Now, some of it, I start to worry that we're living in what I'm calling a pendulumocracy, right? We've heard of kleptocracies, autocracies. We're almost in this system now that whenever the other side is out of power, that's the only thing that motivates the base, right? So now that they have Trump to run against, they're motivated again, unlike they were in 2024 when Biden was in the White House and Kamala just wasn't enough to get their juices flowing. So I do wonder to some extent in the current political environment how much this is within anyone's control. But I do think it behooves Republicans to remember the reason that you were so successful in 2024 is because Americans in purple and red states and even some blue places like New Jersey evaluated their lives and said, wow, I don't have any more agency over my existence, my finances, the safety of my community after 4 years of Biden-Harris. They wanted an advocate, and candidly, they're getting pretty impatient. They want things to get better, and they want them to get better now. It's easy for some of us who are pretty fortunate to say that, well, yeah, things are improving. They absolutely are. President Trump is making a lot of the right moves. But if you're a 30-year-old living in your parents' basement, the president can't move quickly enough because you still can't afford a house. That doesn't mean it's his fault, but it means Republicans, Dom, to your point, need to get a whole hell of a lot more serious quickly with addressing the major issues that are impacting Americans, the housing crisis, a health care plan, and a health care strategy that can make it affordable for all Americans to get the care they need. It's within our power, but we're running out of time to do it. The midterm cycle is upon us. So everyone just needs to learn the lessons of last year, Dom, and they need to learn it quickly.
You know, that's what I think, what you just said. President Trump, in his own way, should say tonight, please don't say it's a hoax, affordability. Say, I realize the clock is on me here. I am pushing it. It's in my gut. I understand it. I'm not going to give you the macro view. I'm not going to use words like that. How great things, investment coming and all true. Biden sucks, all true. But it's on me, and I'm moving heaven and earth to do this as quickly as possible. You got to say stuff like that.
I agree with that, Dom, right? Like, just because something's not your fault, right. Americans like when their presidents say the buck stops with me.
Yes.
And look, you and I, because we're nerds for this stuff, right? We pay attention to politics obsessively. It's kind of our job. We understand what he's saying when he says it's a hoax. He means that the people, Biden, Harris, all the other Democrat lackeys, they're the reason why your life is so unaffordable right now. So Democrats complaining about affordability right now, it's the ultimate in gaslighting. That's what he means when he says it's a hoax. But back to my example of that 30-year-old making $85,000 a year living in his grandmom's attic, he doesn't want to hear it, right? He doesn't want to hear it because he wants to get on with his life. He wants a piece of that American dream that we're all always waxing philosophically about. So, I mean, look, the good news is we have a president that knows how to do this. He's done it before. We just need him to do it right now, and the Republican Party needs to recognize, and you said it very well, Dom, they're on the clock. They can't speak aspirationally. They can't speak about just making things a little better. If I were them every week, I'd be passing one piece of legislation on the House floor that demonstrably makes the American people freer and more prosperous. If the Senate's going to kill it, if the Democrats aren't going to vote for it, all the better, because you can make the argument that, listen, this is why we need more populist conservatives in Washington, D.C.
Matt, when you too, I'm taking a little bit of heat, but I expected it and it's good. I maintain when you're talking about health care, yes, we have to keep in fact cost. Everything is a commodity, but I'm not going to let somebody beat me on emotion. And Republicans, some that come on that are very conservative, they try to say, let's take all that out of health care. It's life and death, or it's your kid. You can't take it out of health care. People are a bit irrational when it comes to health care.
Yeah, and I also think it's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how humans work, right? Like all emotions, my wife would love to hear me say this, by the way, all emotions are not illogical. That sounds like a Yogi Berra-ism.
Yeah.
But your mind's supposed to moderate your head, and your head's supposed to moderate your heart, and that's kind of the symbiosis that exists within all of us, and we achieve a balance. What do I mean by all that? I mean, like, it's not an irrational thing to have an emotional reaction and care when somebody that's working 2 jobs can't afford to get their kid chemo, can't afford the dialysis, right? There's no way that you can reduce that to simply a dollars and cents problem or a policy dilemma and say that you're truly human. So you're, as usual, Dom, are 100% correct. This is something Donald Trump has done very well many times, right? He speaks directly to the heart while at the same time informing the head. We also have to appreciate the fact, and this is probably going to get me stoned, Dom, on Twitter, but so be it. You know, we're used to this. Look, I am a free market guy. I believe in limited government. I'm not an anarchist. And with all due respect to our libertarian friends, I'm not a libertarian. There are some things the government screwed up, and therefore there is a role in government fixing it. And sometimes that's through deregulation. Like, we need to get busy making it so that these young people we're talking about can buy a catastrophic plan, right? In New Jersey, a healthy 30-year-old man, Dom, has to pay for, as part of his health plan, coverage for mammograms. Now, I know men could theoretically get breast cancer. Thank God I don't know too many 30-year-old men that are getting it. Why are they paying for that?
Exactly
It's these common sense things we need to start tackling, and it candidly should not be up to Dom Giordano and Matt Rooney to be leading the discussion on this. We're happy to do it, but you and I don't get a vote on the floor of the House of Representatives.
Yeah, what a pity. Man, what we would do inside a half hour.
Oh, my God. We'd solve all these problems, Dom, before lunch.
Exactly.
And what a lunch it would be.
Who do you have coming up, or is there a Saturday edition of the Matt Rooney Show this week?
Yeah, there is a Saturday edition of the Matt Rooney Show. One of the big things we're really going to dig into this week, and we have one of our legislators with us, is the Cheryl transition.
Okay.
Mikey, and I'm not talking about her changing her gender, but, you know, who knows? This is New Jersey, and this is the Democrat Party. She's currently in the process of putting together her administration, Dom. And when we talked about her AG nominee a moment ago and all the problems there, but that is just the tip of the iceberg. We also have more big news out of New Jersey this week. One of the state's top LGBTQ plus minus a tilde activists has been charged with child endangerment. And this isn't just a personal scandal. I mean, this is a guy who his organization received millions of dollars from the taxpayers of New Jersey. So we're going to continue to do what we do best this weekend, Dom, at 12:10. We're going to be the watchdog that sometimes the Republican Party isn't. And I think it's what our listeners want. So we're going to do it in 26 and beyond.
And SaveJersey.com going full bore. Absolutely. Matt, thank you so much. Have a great Christmas if we don't talk soon.
You too, Dom. Merry Christmas to you and your awesome audience.
Thank you. Matt Rooney here on Talk Radio 1210. We were too much in lockstep today. We're right there on the cusp of all the
two peas in a pod.
Yeah, eating off each other's plates. Have you ever seen guys do that?
Eating off each other's plates?
Yeah.
Like literally, you mean?
Yeah, it's taken over. I like your steak, and I reach over.
Maybe off the girl, not another man.
Oh, well,
another man goes reaching for my plate. I'm going to slap his hand.
Right. Well, I've witnessed it. Rick Santorum, you wouldn't know the full story there. Mm-hmm. Do you know Johnny Doc, the myth and the legend?
Yeah.
We're at the pond because Santorum wanted me to help him. He was afraid of losing in the primary to the wide receiver, the all-time Steelers wide receiver, jumping in the air to catch a ball. No, it'll come to me.
I don't know how how far back we're talking.
It'll come to me. And Johnny Doc's there, and the two of them start taking stuff off each other's plate. I was skeeved out beyond belief.
Oh, my gosh.
I was like, let me out of here. Do I have to sit here and drink water watching this stuff? It'll come to me. Lynn Swan.
Okay. Yeah, Lynn Swan. Okay.
And I just said my advice is just finish your meal. Lynn Swan's not going to beat you. If you're worried about that, I'm going home. Come on now.
Yeah.
Let's get on to something bigger here.
The only way you're losing this race is everyone sees you picking off each other's plates.
Exactly. What a strat. The Palm of all places. All right. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Between email addresses, social media, apps, this, that, and the other thing, I can't keep track of all my passwords anymore. I've had to write them down on a notepad and store them in a safe place. I'm tired of having to reset my password and then get the verification email and then go in and change it. And then they tell me that it's not strong enough. Can you throw a few characters on the end? How about a money sign? Oh, don't forget the capital letters. It's got to be between 8 and 12s. There's too many consonants.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Happy Honda Days at Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, where the savings are as bright as the season. Right now, lease the all-new 2026 Honda HR-V Sport all-wheel drive for just $279 a month, the 2026 Honda Civic Sedan Hybrid Sport Touring for $309 a month, or the 2026 Honda CR-V LX all-wheel drive for $329 a month. Drive into the holidays in style, only at Scott Honda. It's always smooth sailing at Scott. Visit ScottAutoGroup.com.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that if your old water heater conks out from Aunt Gail's 2-hour showers this holiday season, or your decorations keep tripping the breakers, well, then everything falls apart. That's why you can count on Horizon this season for 0% interest financing on installs, plus a plumbing or electrical inspection for just $99, so we can address any clogs or hums ahead of time. And as always, we're here to help with same-day emergency service, even on holidays. Book today at horizonservices.com.
It's here. B101 is transformed into Philly's official Christmas station. Relax and unwind with your holiday favorites 24 hours a day, all the way through Christmas. Tell your smart speaker to play B101.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
For the pulse of the city, even if it ain't pretty.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, downtime here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. Newman Price Warehouse, Waterhouse, will be here at 2 o'clock. Take you inside the big voting for the Caller of the Year. Let me get Chris in Malvern on, get a few more going on. Something that used to be really frowned on, scandalous. The ladies' entrance, I told you, Henry, would be great. People love the ladies' entrance type. It's one of those, it's up there with the Costco pizza being so hot. We should have a Costco pizza party.
Oh,
for the
I'd
station.
be
There
more
we
than
go.
down for
Yes. Chris in Malvern. Hey, Chris, what do you have today? Hi.
Hopefully somebody in Phoenixville can back me up, but in Phoenixville, right down the street from the Colonial on the corner of Bridge and Gay Street, there used to be a bar that right up until the 90s, not only did they have on the Gay Street side a women's only entrance, but it was lighted.
Did it say women's only or did it say ladies' entrance?
Ask anybody in Phoenixville of a certain age, they'll remember that bar, and it said women's only entrance.
Oh, that's even more explicit. Women only. The guys, yeah. That's amazing, Chris. Yeah.
That bar reminded me of Henry's bar in Goodfellas. When you walked in the front, everyone would turn around and look at you.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep. What's your side today, Chris?
Anyway, geez, I'm a veteran, so I'm sure people will see the soldiers walking in the airport in their camos and think, oh, thank you for your service, blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, I'll turn my nose up because I came from an era when regulations were strict. No, I mean, when travel, it was Class A's only, lace shoes, not your formerly mud-crusted and grease-stained field uniform with your dirty boots. It's scandalous as far as I'm concerned.
That is a great one. Thank you for your service, Chris. Henry, I got to say, that might be the leader in the clubhouse. That exactly captures it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying thank you for your service. Chris said, put on your real uniform, then we'll do it.
Shine those shoes.
Shine those shoes. Those shoes are not shiny enough, soldier. That's a pretty good one. That's true. Well, airplane travel, Duffy going off on that. Used to be people would dress up. The boardwalk in Atlantic City, allegedly, I've heard women would wear mink coats and all. You wear a mink coat out there, you're in big trouble today. You're not doing that.
Yeah, you're not making it out.
All right, the genius, we think, we'll see if any shenanigans have happened, any Russian bots. Can he hold off the Russian bots? Newman Price Waterhouse, the guy who's rigged up don't use the word rigged, concocted, don't use the word concocted, who is developed, the election cycle this time around for Caller of the Year is next. To give you some of the analytics of what's happened with that, I'm coming to all of your calls, 855-839-1210.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
Is now the right time to start saving?
How can I move my financial goalposts even an inch?
Can money actually buy happiness?
What's it take to live like a royal in Queen Village?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
'Tis the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances, featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability. You'll love expertly engineered and purposely designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today. Give your holiday stuffing a delicious upgrade with Hatfield Recipe Essential Sweet Italian Sausage. Ground and packaged for easy use. Just open, cook, and mix into your favorite stuffing. Then bake up bite-sized stuffing muffins that are packed with savory flavor. Perfect for passing around the table or sneaking before the big meal. Your holiday inspiration awaits at simplyhatfield.com. Hatfield. Better care, better pork, better holidays.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Oh, my goodness. The police track a new lead in the Brown University manhunt. Keystone cops. You know, you got to call out cops like this in order to support good cops. You can't say, well, I support cops. Come on, Tom, all the time. No, not these cops. Not how they're handling this case and not this whole university. It is stunning, the incompetency, just the foolishness of it. All right, we'll have more on that. But first, one of our favorite times of the year, we elect the caller of the year. And this is a heated battle. We have 8 contestants this year. You can go to my Twitter at DomShow1210. Newman Price has been kind enough to set up a vast system that would rival anything we've seen in election cycles. Here to be in charge. We think it's foolproof against bots and the like. But there's a lot of politicking going on. And we wanted to give you a breakdown of where some of these votes seem to be coming from them. Let's go to Jenkintown and talk with Newman Price Waterhouse here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Newman, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, good. So I like what you put up on. So you're happy so far that it's one person, one vote?
I am very, very satisfied. There was one matchup that sort of popped out as being a little bit odd, so I wanted to look into that, and I ran some integrity checks, and I'm happy to say that it's legit. There's a couple things that popped out. There were a couple VPNs being used, but not enough to really sway anything, even with the large number in that one matchup. And it literally, what I found was there were 3 IP addresses that popped out as being outliers, but even with those 3 IP addresses, there wasn't enough shenanigans to sway the one spread that exists in that matchup. As you could tell, there's been good participation. The voting was capped. What might be happening, I do want to tell people, because there is a discrepancy in a couple of the matchups. So you can vote for each matchup, not just one vote, period.
Right.
But what may have occurred on a couple instances is somebody spread their 4 votes across one, and then that would have capped them off on the page. but I don't believe that's the case. So again, I don't see anything that crossed into abuse, no excessive voting, no repeat patterns. But just for the listeners or anyone that's tempted to do so, I can look at all the data and I can spot it, pretty quickly if that occurs.
Now, you put up on Twitter, too, some of where the votes are coming from Los Angeles. The movie stars are involved in this. What movie star?
Well, that I don't know, but I can also last night I was looking at it. I get these, it's Google Analytics, and it will tell me like where the votes are coming from. And I think you may not realize where your audience is, maybe listening to podcasts or things like that, because last night I saw Hawaii pop up while I was looking at some of the some of the live results. So, yeah, and obviously here in the Northeast, clustered around Philly, Jersey, Kutztown popped up. Saw South Carolina. I wonder who that could have been.
Oh, that guy, right?
So,
yes, yeah.
Everything appears to be, legit. You have a good spread across, cell networks. I think yesterday Ashbourne, Virginia was brought up, but that's actually a known cell carrier. I believe that's actually AT&T and Sprint. So if that pops up, that's not abnormal.
Henry, do you hear this, how thorough this is?
Yeah.
You Russian bots, you're out. Go back and drink your vodka. You're not getting through this time.
Why is Newman Price not in charge of our elections?
Yeah, why? Yeah, any want to be in charge of the midterms here?
Yeah, well, you know what? It might actually work out for everyone's benefit if that's the case. But,
Absolutely.
I tried to think it through, because I didn't. You can't completely, block an IP. There are ways around it with the VPNs and things like that. However, I wanted to put in things like timestamps and how frequently the IP address, may have done rapid succession. But no, everything really appears to be, quite legit. So,
good stuff, Newman. Thank you as always, and particularly your event page. We really appreciate that. You had two of mine up, 2 out of 2, so I certainly do. Where do we find you on Twitter? Where do we go on Twitter?
The handle's actually Shields High. That's actually an old Opelka line, Testudo, Shields High. So that's Twitter or NewmanPrice.com, either or. I'm pretty active across all socials, and you guys need anything, you just let me know.
We will, Newman. Thank you. If we don't talk, have a great Christmas. Thank you very much for doing this.
You as well. You as well, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Newman. All right, Henry, where are we now in the caller of the year?
I'd say voting has largely stayed the same, at least the margins. There's been a few votes trickling in over the last hour, but nothing of note.
Remember, we got some big contestants there, so it looks like if it holds, it would be Drew versus Gary of Newtown.
Yeah.
And it would be David of Lexington versus Joe of Columbus. Wow. Intense.
Still got time, though. Still got time. It's 1 o'clock Friday. Get
1 o'clock Friday. So you still have time to get people legitimately to vote for you. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get to you. We're going to talk at 2:30 with Senator Dave McCormick, really in the center ring. Now Republicans have passed some version of health care, but 4 have gotten a discharge to get the big vote on Democrats going along with Brian Fitzpatrick or some bill like that, and 2 other Pennsylvania congressmen and Lawler from New York. I'm going to ask about that. I mean, this undercuts the Republicans. Notice Democrats voting in lockstep. Henry, if you take a look at that, too, 1 Republican voted against. I don't think Fitzpatrick. I don't know if they're saying who the Republican was. It was 208 to 1. And it was a Republican who voted against. All Democrats voted, of course, in lockstep against the bill that basically would give money back to the people, not the insurance companies. All right, so this is coming to a head. It looks pretty clear that by Friday, we're not going to have a health care bill. as they leave town, or tomorrow if they leave tomorrow. It's not going to happen. Where does that leave us? Well, it'll be interesting to hear what the president says tonight. I'm sure he's going to go after the insurance companies, and rightfully so. That is a no-brainer. But what do you do to close this gap? Is it true that Democrats caused this? They're the ones that put the expiration date on this? Yes, they did. But remember the media battle you're fighting here, the battle for hearts and minds. And I'm clearly not thinking we're doing very well at winning this. If you want to think that we are, I think that you're mistaken. The other thing that we've churned up here, though, just a perfect example of what places like Jersey do. Medford and Medford Lakes voted, even though it was close, for Mikey Sherrill. Now at last night's town meeting there, and we're going to try to get them on, they had raucous time because they're told they have to build 800 homes to accommodate 171, subsidize them, that will be smaller, affordable homes in Medford. 800 more homes in Medford? You got to be kidding me. Isn't that open space, Medford, at least how I perceive it, right? Well, why did you vote for Mikey Sherrill? She's on board with this stuff. She's the architect. She's Rabbit. Jack Cettarelli would have fought it to the death. We're going to see this over and over and over again. And we're going to see it heading into the midterms. You know, have they gotten enough of attacks on Trump? No, they're going to be more and more intense. I don't know if they'll carry into 2028 getting at Trump. But in 2026, they're going to be even more rabid. What is the Republican counter that's going to drive voters out? What is it that's going to get them fired up to come out and do this? Trump's got to start it by getting that deep base, the reluctant voter. He's got it better than anybody. Yeah, we would do it for you, Mr. President. You're not on the ballot, so we're not voting. Isn't that what they're saying? I mean, it's madness. I haven't addressed, I did yesterday, Susie Wiles. I agree with Scott Jennings on this. Last night, he did it masterfully on CNN saying, you really think the MAGA people are caring what she said? And he said she offered an opinion on some things there. Trump realizes the value of this woman, how she, I think he respects her, listens to her to some degree, which is incredible, given that he's been successful going his own way. We know the whole thing. But everybody needs somebody that tells them, hey, buddy, you're over the line now. I have Roe. If you have somebody in that capacity, it's golden. If you don't, I always think you're going to end up badly. All right, right now, though, not a moment more. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
That is right. Before I tell you the prize, remember every day we are thrilled that Money Melody is brought to you by NavyLeaguePhilly.org, NavyLeaguePhilly.org. If you've been in the Navy, any military, contact these guys. You'll want to be part of all the great stuff they do to support efforts. Well, I mean, you're going to be hearing some of the interviews I cut at the Army-Navy game with them, the stuff they do, and the bottom line is the number of young people that want to join the Navy. It's really taken off, maybe more so than almost any branch. All right, we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the great Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. Philly Sports Put to Music, Saturday, February 21st at 8 p.m. at the Broadway Theater of Pittman. For tickets, visit joeconklin.com. All right, Henry.
All right, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for something that used to be considered scandalous in a sense. Something
Right.
that was scandalous,
Yeah.
but now is more commonplace. And I feel like back in the day, a lot of the things that were considered scandalous ended up being in music.
Yes.
One example being the Kingsmen's version of the song Louie Louie. They recorded it in Portland, Oregon in 1963, a famous session because it was a one-take, low-budget recording. And in this recording, the microphone was a little too high above the lead singer's head, so he had to, shout into the microphone during this performance. And again, like I said, one take. This is all they had. So one take. He's shouting into the microphone above him. And because of that, the lyrics in it are kind of garbled. So then someone starts the rumor that, hey, this version of Louie Louie, it's dirty. Something needs to be done about this. So the FBI investigated the song for 2 years to try and figure out whether or not there were dirty lyrics in the song. After the 2-year investigation of, they'd slow it down, they'd speed it up, they'd play it backwards, every which way. They found out, no, the lyrics are just garbled. So I'm going to play you a cover of Louie Louie today. I don't want to say much about it, except this person, when they were alive, they had a fair bit of controversy in their life, doing drugs at work. I feel like that's something that wasn't, that's very scandalous then and is very scandalous now. You're not supposed to do drugs at work. Well, this guy and his co-workers would. So I'm going to play you this version of Louie Louie, this very famous version. I want to know who's singing it. He did drugs at work, Tom. Scandalous.
All right. It's hit us with that, and you're off to see the scandalous Joe Conklin. No. 855-839-1210. Hit us right now.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The only time I've ever lost baggage on a flight is with my golf clubs. Been 2 or 3 times. Always the golf club. Nobody can find your golf bag when you leave. The thing is massive. How'd you lose it? Now I can't play.
That would be the worst, especially if it's a golf trip.
Well, yes. I've never taken specifically a golf trip. Some of these trips that I've gone on, there's been a round of golf, and I don't want to pay $100 to rent a set. Who was the airliner that used to say bags fly free? Do they still do that?
No.
That's probably 20 years old. I'm stuck in the 2004 time warp.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/radio for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/radio. See representative for warranty details.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, no language, no country today. Phew.
No.
All right, that's good. Let's hear the clue. All right, let's go to Lou. I don't know if I can go to Lou in Mount Laurel today, given the Mount Laurel decision. The first case, when I went to Rutgers Law School at night, they were deciding. Who knew some days all that legal expertise, Linda Kearns, would come back and aid me in attacking Medford today. Notice all the terms I threw around.
Yeah,
Mount Laurel doctrine, Your Honor, declaration, adjudication. Let's go to Lou in Mount Laurel. Hey, Lou, who's singing the song today?
Is that John Belushi?
All right, it is John Belushi. And Henry, who were you texting with that guessed it and you said maybe? That was a nice play by
that's
you.
Guy.
It was Guy Shiraki.
Yeah.
There. All right, yeah, John Belushi, all time. All right, what is Belushi's best bit? There's only one.
Blues Brothers?
That's the biggest you would know, but it's smaller. He didn't do anything like a movie or whatever. It's cheeseburger. I love it when he and Aykroyd, they're in a restaurant, you order, all right, now here's what I want on this steak, and I don't want this, that, and that. And he just turned cheeseburger. If you've never seen the bit.
I'll look it up.
He
I
just,
have to look it up,
yeah. I interviewed Aykroyd a couple of times, and he was not as wild as he was in some of the stuff they did there, though. But what a great foil to Belushi.
Yeah.
Those two have to be in the Mount Rushmore of Saturday Night Live. I don't know who else I would put on there, but
Chevy?
kind of a bit. Chevy Chase strikes me as kind of cranky. You know what I mean?
Very cranky.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
the biggest ass in the business.
We heard that about Kelsey Grammer. Dom, don't go too hard, but he wasn't like that at all. It was,
Yeah.
And of course, watching him go like this, eating the French fries at Mulligan's. That's one of my top 10 talk radio experiences. Watching that we have to bring him in through a back door, almost take the doors off. So many people there. He may be appearing again. He might be on soon. Our guy's working on it. All right, 855-839-1210. Congratulations to Lou. We're going to talk with Senator McCormick. And I did see this, Henry, but thanks for sending. He and Fetterman put out a joint statement praising the fact that the Senate has just voted to let whole milk be back in the schools. How many years have we gone through this with kids that are overweight? All right, Dom, it's the Christmas season, grace and all that stuff. Not due to their fault, not the fact that they haven't run a block in 40 years, that type of stuff. So other kids can't drink whole milk. Now, I'm going to ask them about chocolate milk, of course. Oh, the other side gets nuts on the chocolate milk stuff. Can't have that either.
Ugh, man.
I haven't noticed it recently. We used to make a really big deal out of it. It was stunning when you looked at kids in the second or third grade 10 years ago versus 20 years ago. It was noticeable how many kids were obese or just out of shape. I haven't noticed as much of it with RFK Jr. focusing. I think it's still there, though.
Definitely.
I think it's still
too early to I think that much change.
Yeah. So whole milk back in the schools. But we'll talk to him about health care. These 4 Republicans, I think led by, Lawler in New York, but 3 of them, we hope to have McKenzie on, maybe. Ryan McKenzie, Bresnahan, and Fitzpatrick going with the Democrats, going rogue. Hakeem Jeffries, discharge position to force a vote. And the Democrats want 3 more years of Obamacare. to have any kind of an agreement in the House. Now, I think McCormick's going to say, well, the Senate's not going to pass that. So it's a moot point. Will anything pass at this point? How does that go? And I'm going to ask him what areas he hopes the president gets into tonight. I think Matt Rooney laid it out very well in his own way, talking about, despite all that we've done, I realize the clock is ticking on us. It's on us to move the ball forward. We think we may have had some seminar callers here. I should have gone to, I really wanted to get in. I was building up to this one guy calling, well, how would you define affordability? Come on. Are you really going to go down this path? Realize half this battle is perceptual, but a lot of it is there are people that are barely getting by. They're not seeing life move forward for them. You're just going to dismiss them? Isn't that what Biden did? I'm looking at a poll today that's I think it's completely off, but I get it after saying that on the economy, Trump is only 1 point better than where Biden was in the estimation of Americans in Biden's lowest time. Now, that's ridiculous. Trump has done a much better job on that. But that doesn't mean that's not what people are feeling at this point. And the word of the year is affordability. That's all the Democrats have. That's what they're going to run on. You hear it all the time. And Matt Rooney today broke it down very well. It's the head and the heart. And the heart around health care is critical. That doesn't mean I'm giving a pass, though, to Brian Fitzpatrick. I just think he's completely out there with his health care plan. We may never hear from him again. That's okay. I have to accept it. Not going to pull punches completely on this. And if any of this moves forward or damages Republicans, then it might be hard to tell people to vote for him. I just imagine that dilemma. That's the last seat. We're looking at maintaining the majority. Oh, God. What do we say? You still got to maintain the majority. We'll have to live with it. But I'm convincible on this. And McKenzie is in a tough race. I get that in Lehigh Valley. They're going to go all out to defeat him. We hope to get him on. Why go this way, though? Why undercut Mike Johnson on this? Is that going to help them that much? All right, here's how you get in. Dave McCormick next, and he's right in the center ring here, whole milk and all. Oh, let me play you. Do we have time? Well, you know what? I'll play it at some point. Fetterman today talking about we need to make sure immigrants have the kind of values that are compatible with our values. Fetterman. How can we be critical of the two of them being unified on this? Fetterman is saying a lot of the right things. Yesterday, he was referenced by Scott Jennings saying, hey, I was in the intelligence meetings. These drug boats are carrying drugs. That's coming from the Democrat Party leader, Fetterman. So why are we still debating it? Because what else do Democrats have? You have Mark Kelly saying, well, why are we saying this is making America safer? They're just bringing cocaine to America. Oh, just cocaine. Now, Mark, would you join me then? Let's hit the cartels in Mexico. Let's take them out with drones. Would you? No, I'm not on board with that. All right, we'll talk to Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, next. First, though, let's talk about feeling merry, bright, and genuinely healthy this holiday season with Rescue. That feeling starts right now. Going on today, the Deck the Hall sale lets you save up to 78% on high-quality, research-backed natural supplements, so you feel your best and enjoy every festive moment ahead. For over 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been the trusted wellness partner for millions of folks and their families across the country. Formulas are crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. That's why customers rely on Rescue for their essentials. Powerful omega-3s, doctor-recommended cholesterol support, gentle but effective pain relief, advanced probiotic blends, and natural age-defying formulas that help you stay vibrant from the inside out. This season, give yourself the gift of feeling good. Stock up, save big, and step into the holidays with the confidence that comes from supplements made with integrity and backed by decades of results. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com, call an resq.com product consultant. You do that at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or online at res-q.com for up to 78% off this entire holiday season.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
The price of gold has risen to $4,000 per ounce. There's never been a better time to sell your unwanted gold jewelry. Immediate Cash for Gold is hosting a major buying event today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Bring in your unwanted, broken, or forgotten gold jewelry, silver, coins, diamonds, and watches. You'll receive a free evaluation and get paid cash on the spot. No pressure, no obligation. Top dollar offers are being made all week long. If it's gold, bring it. Gold chains, rings, earrings, bracelets, charms, estate pieces, even single earrings and broken jewelry. There's never been a better time to sell your gold jewelry than this event. It's going on today through Thursday from 10 to 5 at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Don't wait. Clean out those jewelry boxes and turn your valuables into instant cash. Again, turn your old jewelry into instant cash today through Thursday at the Holiday Inn on Penrose Avenue in South Philadelphia. Sponsored by ImmediateCashForGold.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, big issues, big guest. The guy that's had a brilliant year, first year as a senator, not a backbencher. We talked about that during the campaign. Senator Dave McCormick joins us on Talk Radio 1210. Senator, let's get started with the big stuff. Whole milk is back.
How about that?
Yeah.
I was so happy to see that, and I just put out a joint statement with my fellow Senator John Fetterman, and we're delighted. We toasted each other with whole milk today.
Did anybody vote against it?
Initially out of committee, and they did. Yeah, there's definitely people who are opposed to it, but Senator Fetterman has been a strong component, and I had been, and we finally got it across the president's desk today.
Let's talk about the president tonight. What is it you're sensing we may hear, and what do you hope he'll talk about?
I had a chance to join him when he went to Scranton last week, and I had a chance to talk to him a good bit because I flew up with him. And listen, I think he wants to take stock, and what has occurred over the last year has been remarkable in terms of a president living up to his promises. Secure the border, stop the flow of fentanyl into our communities, unlock energy, a path to energy dominance, bringing law and order to our cities, to our streets, and building an economy for working families. And I think the president will say we inherited a big mess with the Biden economy that we've made enormous progress. Inflation's down, real wages are up, but there's a lot more work to do to make sure that this economy works for working families. I think that'll at least be part of the message. And I think the president can legitimately say he made a lot of promises and he delivered on many of those promises, unlike anything we've ever seen.
I'll get to healthcare in a moment, but I noticed this with VP Vance, or maybe I really put a star next to it. He kept on talking about a lot of these things with the big, beautiful bill, and you deserve a lot of credit on choice in there, second to none, are going to happen soon in tax season. And tax season, that means not the spring, but in the wintertime, post-January, Americans are going to start seeing that. Is that a timeline that you think people are going to see?
Yeah, no doubt about it. So the Working Families Tax Cut Act was designed specifically to put money in the pockets of working families. So you had the extension and they made permanent the 2017 tax cuts, but you also had no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. You have a child care tax credit. You have a child tax credit. So all those things add up in very meaningful ways. If you're a family that makes $55,000 a year, you're going to see several $1,000s more in your pocket this year than you did last year, based on those that tax bill. And that's a big deal for people that are living paycheck to paycheck. And so I think that's what the president's going to talk to, and that's what J.D. Vance was referring to as well. There's lots of good stuff happening. The other thing that's happening is the economy, I think, is going to see a strong start to the year. I think the first two quarters are going to be good because some of the other things in the bill were accelerated depreciation, so incentive for more capital. And you've got these deals that President Trump and his team have done around the world where you got trillions of dollars of investment. Dom, you and I have talked, we got a lot of that coming to Pennsylvania for energy and data centers and things like that. So there's a lot of wind in the sails of the economy that I think we'll see next year. And there's going to be extra money in the pockets of working families that I think they're going to be able to point to and say, hey, that's the result of this legislation, the Workers' Families Tax Cut Act.
So we have now on health care, the thing that's difficult, 4 Republicans, 3 of them from Pennsylvania and then lower from New York, voting with Hakeem Jeffries discharged 3 years of extending Obamacare, which I assume in the Senate there is none of that, even close to that. What's going to happen in the remaining days then, if anything?
I'm not sure is the honest answer. Okay. I mean, you got to start with this thing by saying the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, has been a disaster. I mean, legitimately, if the goals were affordability, so lower prices, lower cost, access, and quality. And here we are 15 years later, we're 3 times more expensive per person, Dom, than any other developed country in the world. We got 25 million people who don't have access to health care, and the quality is very, very mixed. We have the highest infant mortality rate. We, our lifespan for a male adult in America is 75 years. It's 85 in most developed countries. So our healthcare system's failing. So that's number one. But it doesn't matter that our healthcare system is failing if you're a Republican or a Democrat, because we got to fix it. And we're in the majority, so we got to do things to fix it. So there's a short-term question and a long-term question. Long-term question, we need a lot of reforms that bring transparency, that bring competition, that put the money back in the hands of the consumer. And then the near-term question is, what are we going to do about these COVID subsidies that were put in place? And, while I've got good respect and regard for my 3 colleagues, I understand why they're doing this, because working families, are really going to suffer if those subsidies go away, but we can't extend those subsidies for 3 years. They allow for people that are making $500,000-$600,000 a year to get health care subsidies. There's enormous fraud in the system. So what I've been saying and what's being considered within the Senate is a plan that would cap income, something like more like $200,000 a year, and have a minimum requirement, a monthly requirement of $5 the reason that's powerful, that is a way that you can say that people are actually signing up for it and it's not some sort of fraud, and have that extension be a much lesser time. And then, of course, there's another part of this was a discussion about health savings accounts, which would put the money, and that's the thing the president's been advocating. I'm very sympathetic to that. Put the money in the hands of the people, not the health care insurers. So there's a lot of ideas bouncing around. I'm not optimistic it's going to happen this week. I think it's very possible it could happen early in January, but I'm worried about it because there are a certain subset of Pennsylvanians that are really going to get that are living on the edge, that are going to get banged up if these subsidies go away.
If it doesn't happen by the end of the year, though, right? We're on the same page with this then. People are taking their health care for a year. What could be done about that if you did something in January?
Well, there might be ways to extend the period with which they could sign up for new plans. There's been some discussion of that. So there is some question of whether legislation that was passed in January could actually be implemented, or how much of it could be implemented in January versus and then in 2026 versus 2027. So I've seen a number of different proposals. There's a lot of people working on it, but it's very controversial, and the reason is it's such a mess. I mean, these were subsidies that were put in place during COVID.
Let me ask you, though, would you possibly go, and I know it's put on the spot, if it's right on some of these things, for a year extension of Obama's subsidies?
Well, probably not a year. Probably not a year. A year is sort of you almost the moment you get done with it. Whatever it is, I think it's got to be 2 years. I'd be very reluctant to just do just an approval of the existing subsidies, and the reason is I just feel like it's a complete waste that people that should have never received the subsidies but received them only because of COVID would be getting this money. I think it's when people sent me and others to Washington and said, "Hey, you got to start minding the store to make sure we're not wasting money." It's this kind of thing they're talking about. So two things could be true: these subsidies are incredibly wasteful, and that for a certain subset, if we take these subsidies away, it's really going to hurt them. And so what I want to do is try to be much more surgical and protect the people that really need the help, and make sure that we don't have fraud in the system or people with high incomes are getting subsidies.
Even the 200,000, I got to tell you, my feeling with listeners, et cetera, that's too high. Fitzpatrick's 225, 500 is out of the question. I think it's got to be lower than that. The people that we're trying to shield here, but 200, a lot of other people feel they're paying for this, and that's unfair. That's too high.
No, I hear you. You're right, and where that balance will be is an open question. But I think we can all agree that $5,000-$6,000 a year is absolutely absurd.
Now, John Fetterman too, and the relationship you two guys have is perfect. You're still sticking to what McCormick ran on. He's sticking to Fetterman, but you're sharing the whole milk thing we talked about. My friend Scott Jennings last night on CNN, when we were talking about the Venezuelan drug boats, talked about Fetterman, unimpeachable source. He's on the intelligence, got the intelligence, verifies. Yeah, we know that's what they're doing. They're bringing cocaine into the country.
Yeah, he and I sat next to each other in that briefing. And I came away from it thinking very impressive discussion of the targeting of the cartels, the fidelity of the intelligence, the confidence that that's what we're doing. And listen, Dom, you had me on your show a bunch of times during the campaign. We talked about this. I always said this is a war. 100,000 people a year, 4,000 people in Pennsylvania. The president has just declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction. The reason is it's so concentrated that a very little bit can kill hundreds, thousands of people. And I always said in the campaign, we got to stop the flow of fentanyl into our borders, across our borders. And I always said we should use our military selectively to target these cartels, which are truly narco-terrorists. And that's exactly what the president's doing, and I applaud him for doing it. And, I sat down with a bunch of fentanyl parents, lost a kid during from fentanyl, over the last few years. And I got to tell you, after you hear those stories about this fentanyl laced into marijuana or kids taking it without even knowing it, you realize that you want to do anything we can to stop it. So I think the president's doing a great job, and I gained further confidence by listening to the intel brief.
For you, looking toward the new year, what's the next thing that Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, is concentrating on?
I'm going to send out an update early next week, and it's going to be something that I don't think you've seen very often, which is a report, like a shareholder report. When I was a CEO, we had to give a report every quarter. We had to give a report every year. What did we do relative to what we promised? Where did we fall short? What were the mistakes? What were the learnings? Accountability, transparency. So I'm gonna do that, and I'll be interested to get your feedback on it when I send it out. But in that, I sort of lay out some of the things for the future. And the one thing that is very much on my mind, I think it's tough to get done, but I think it's worth it, is permitting reform. Permitting reform will unlock hundreds of billions of dollars. It's one of the biggest obstacles to getting capital and shovels in the ground in Pennsylvania for natural gas, for data centers, for nuclear power, for solar. I'm in favor of all forms of energy. I just don't want the government to subsidize them. And so permitting reform is a big deal. I'm on the Energy Committee. It comes through Energy and Public Works, so it's got joint jurisdiction. Shelley Moore Capito, who's the chairman of Public Works, is from West Virginia. She's a good partner. So next year, to get permitting reform before the midterms would be a great success. I think it's tough to get done, but I think there's a path.
Absolutely. Senator, thank you for a great year, and thanks for coming on, and have a great Christmas.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Merry Christmas to you, Dom. Happy New Year, and talk to you in the new year.
Thank you. Senator Dave McCormick here on Talk Radio 1210. Henry, you're going to think I'm really nuts, but I say that at least once a show. I love what Pete Hegseth is doing. Can you take a look at the graphic there on Fox and they see the line of the dignified transfer at Dover Air Force Base? Take a look at the president right next to him. Saluting is Pete Hegseth. Do you see a difference between Trump and Hegseth?
He seems a little more regal, professional about
Well,
his
take a
stance.
look at the dress.
I have a different. We don't have Fox News in here.
Oh, what the heck's going on here?
I don't know. It's been like that for weeks
All right,
now.
the president has the overcoat on. It's cold out today.
It is cold.
Hegseth has just the suit on.
Oh, just the suit. Yeah. I do see what
Yes.
you're saying. Okay.
And somebody else does in that line of doing this. I think it looks better. I'm always more, yeah, but come on, it's cold. You know how I hate the gloves. I hate the gloves in this situation. All right, the Hegseth just has his suit on in the review. Small thing. I think the suit always looks better.
I like the overcoat.
Oh, God, I hate the
never
gloves.
owned one.
I hate the overcoats.
The gloves, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, okay. In this setting, yeah, and there's another guy in there, too, that just has a suit on. And the military just has their uniform on. They don't have overcoats over it. Just a small thing. I'd like to see everybody in a suit.
It's our nation's finest, our toughest.
Exactly. No, Hegseth looks good in this. 855-839-1210. Lightning round next.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Between email addresses, social media, apps, this, that, and the other thing, I can't keep track of all my passwords anymore. I've had to write them down on a notepad and store them in a safe place. I'm tired of having to reset my password and then get the verification email and then go in and change it. And then they tell me that it's not strong enough. Can you throw a few characters on the end? How about a money sign? Oh, don't forget the capital letters. It's got to be between 8 and 12s. There's too many consonants.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Gold is now over $4,200 an ounce. If you've got gold or silver just laying around, Estates Roadshow wants it, and they are paying top dollar on the spot. Broken chains, old rings, coins, watches, diamonds, vintage jewelry. If it's valuable, they're buying it. Just walk in, get a free appraisal, and walk out with cash in your hand. They're also buying pre-1964 silver coins, flatware, sterling silverware stamped 925, coin collections, gold, silver, foreign, and domestic. Plus, they've been in business over 35 years with thousands of prior happy customers. Licensed, bonded, state-certified scales, highest tech equipment, employees with GIA certifications. Estates Roadshow is happening 5 days only, Monday through Friday, 3 locations. Chestnut Hill at the Chestnut Hill Hotel, St. David's at the Radnor Hotel, and in Cherry Hill at the Doubletree. Gold is hotter than ever, so get yourself some cash for the holidays. Go to estatesroadshow.com. estatesroadshow.com.
Politics, the stock market, the Fed. How do you protect your 401k? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
B101 is spreading holiday cheer throughout Philly. Tune in for the soundtrack to your Christmas season, featuring all the holiday songs you love. Christmas music all day, every day, only on B101, Philly's official Christmas station.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
Got any gadgets? Get online protection. NordVPN has a ho-ho holiday deal just for you. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro feature helps you avoid malware, phishing, and annoying trackers. Just a few taps and you're safer online. Let your gadgets sparkle with online security. Go to NordVPN.com and get up to 77% off plus 3 extra months. NordVPN.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Oh, man, more trolling. The Trump administration has put a plaque up right outside the Oval Office saying Sleepy Joe Biden was by far the worst president in American history, an official plaque.
Jeez.
I don't know. Buchanan, Biden. We're going to discuss
Warren
that tomorrow.
Gamaliel Harding.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go to Claudio. Does he have something on the side on Talk Radio 1210? Hey, Claude, what's your side today?
The side is simple. What used to be scandalous and no longer is teenage or unwed pregnancy.
Okay, definitely. It may have gone down a hair or so.
I feel like after like Teen Mom got off the air, it kind of died down again.
Yeah, it did. Stephen Bordentown, what's yours, Steve?
Mine is tattoos. Years ago, you know, if you were in the service or something, you would have them. But now they got them all over the place. Everybody has them. You get them on your neck, and my dad used to call them salary caps. And it's ridiculous. They're all over. They're on their ears, and it's crazy. It's crazy. Even though I have them, he told me from the elbows up, you're okay. And that's what I did. But he nailed it when he said it. I don't know what these kids are thinking.
Thank you. Salary caps. That dad, I loved it.
I'm sure he got it from his dad a few times.
Right, but then his salary cap, but he said, oh, what the hell. David in Lexington, South Carolina. Hi, David.
Hey, Don, real quick, I'll tell you this. My property taxes actually went down last year, 1.7%. So y'all come on down here.
All right. Yeah, your voters are certainly coming out for you, so you're running on that platform, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
What's yours today?
And I'll tell you, I'm all about the whale's tail. So if you have a whale's tail, come vote for David. My side answer is Snoop Dogg. This guy used to be like, nobody seen as filthy. Now you got little old ladies saying to shizzle.
Yeah, and he's pals with Martha Stewart.
Exactly.
Go figure in America. You know, that might be odd couples. Put that down as a side at some point. Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Joe, what's yours?
Hello, Dom. After I present my answer, I have a comment. In the late 19th century, women were discouraged from composing classical music. And this discouragement continued until the 1930s with the appearance of the Boulanger sisters with classical music in France. And this trend of women in music continued and grew until now, where women are encouraged to become directors of orchestras. Now, for my comment, this is a comment on some of our callers. The Earl of Taconi's answers are far-reaching and all-encompassing. Robert of Bensalem's answers are a result of a duly thought-out process. Leslie and Bryn Mawr, her intellect is outstanding and inspiring. And Joe of Exton's answer are the epitome of a guru.
God. All right, Henry, we're really low on time.
Yeah.
Counting down to Zoe. Who did you
I
like
gave us an
today?
extra 30 seconds here, so we got some time.
Okay.
The three I liked today were Kristen Malvern's answer of the wearing the dirty uniform in public.
Oh, yeah.
I also like Stephen Bordentown's answer of the tattoos of the salary caps, and then just right there.
Oh,
the women
God.
composing classical
All right,
music.
Sean, did you have somebody out of those three?
I gotta go. Me and Henry almost got identical ones as well. Like I'm gonna have to go with, but I like Joe with music lyric censorship, and then I also still like Steve with tattoos.
Usually I would go with Joe. That was just a brilliant call. But Kristen Malvern, I think, got it today perfectly. The military uniforms and not
the irk in his voice. He's still upset.
Yeah, it was very specific. All right, let's give it to him tomorrow. Big show already. Rich is next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister